Chapter 58:77. A warm current enters. Not only Wu Li was restored, the Shuren also felt a familiar breath, and when he looked at Dan Bao, there was some greed in his eyes. Dan Bao's face was startled at this time, and suddenly he felt a pair of eyes were watching him, and there was an aura that made him fear in those eyes. Ah! Dan Bao backed away frightened, and pointed at Wu Li. Wu Li was very surprised. He didn't know what the Shuren was thinking, or why Dan Bao had to retreat, and seeing Dan Bao's pale complexion, must have seen something. Just when he was about to turn his head to look, a speed of light directly penetrated his chest. The speed of light followed Wu Li's chest and rushed towards Dan Bao. At this moment, Bru completely transformed into a super soldier of the Palunga tribe. With a little tiptoe, he flashed directly in front of Dan Bao, raised his hand violently, and directly shook the beam away. Wu Li slowly turned around, seeing the person behind him as he fell. Gula! The other party is still alive, but there are also some wounds on the body. The tail is cut off. Standing on the only mountain peak, Gula pointed to the fallen Wu Li and said resentfully, "Damn human race, I want to kill you all." Several light beams burst out from the fingertips and rushed towards Wu Li again. Bulu didn't intend to look at it. His figure flashed again, rescued Wu Li who had fallen, and raised his hand again to bounce off Gula's attack at will. "Take him back to the holy mountain. Just leave it to me here." Bulu squinted at Gula and handed the sleeping Wu Li to Dan Bao. Wu Li was now gone. Only half a breath left. A little carelessness may fall. Even if he recovers, he must go to the top of Dragon God Mountain in the enchantment. Dan Bao resisted Wu Li's huge body and reminded Elder Bulu, "Be careful." Bru nodded and then confessed again. "Tell the elder, don't make senseless sacrifices. I can win this battle." Bru's voice was full of air, with absolute confidence. Dan Bao nodded without saying anything and returned to the top of Dragon God Mountain through the barrier. Just coming back, I found Jian Wushuang sitting decadently on a fallen waste rock. The great elder also stood lonely on the side. What happened? Dan Bao gently put down Wu Li and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't answer and looked at the great elder again. However, the elder motioned not to speak and pointed to Wu Li, asking him to recover Wu Li's injury first. On the other hand, he walked towards Jian Wushuang and said, "Maybe some things are just as destined by God. But I don't believe this." Jian Wushuang shook his head. The great elder of the Balunga tribe, however, leaked a wise look and then said, "Then do you believe that there is in this world?" These words awakened Jian Wushuang. He still has Weiss. After the 3 tribulations, he couldn't control the universe. You can ask Weiss about this matter. I believe it. He seemed to have found confidence again and stood up directly. The elder smiled and said, "At the beginning, Lord Dragon God, he was a god. He once told me that if I fall, the Balunga clan will be destroyed, but I don't believe it." At the end of hearing, he was stunned in embarrassment, and he didn't know how to explain to the other party. After thinking for a moment, he patted the shoulder of the elder and reminded, "Actually, you don't need to die. Now you don't need to stimulate your potential. And if you really don't want to live anymore, you might as well integrate with Bulu so that you won't die. Can make Bru even stronger." Fusion, a word to wake up the dreamer. This time it was the turn of the elder to think about life. However, Jian Wushuang didn't have this leisurely time, and his figure jumped into his own mind power universe. Tianqing Mountain, Peak, Weiss. You only think of me at this time. It seems that I have no place in your heart. Weiss covered his mouth and smiled. Jian Wushuang didn't have time to fight the opponent, and asked quickly, "I'm already in the 3 tribulations realm, but I can't grasp the universe. Where is the problem? Simple. In order to let Jian Wushuang know how good he is, Weiss also missed a hand this time. At one point of the scepter, a miniature starry sky was condensed. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. Simply explained to you, you are too anxious, eager to perfect the universe. But such a perfect universe is just a matter of paper. After all, it is not the real universe, so you have not seen the essence of the universe. Weiss' finger pointed. The universe evolving in the starry sky continued. But no matter if you are lucky, being able to draw a perfect universe on a piece of paper is now helping you. Jian Wushuang was stunned when he heard it. Now he can't condense the real universe. So why did he say it helped him? Could it be said that, in the future, I will use one thought of the universe, use a piece of paper in the dojo? That's not a joke. In the whole time and space. He can't afford to lose this person, not to be ashamed of Teacher Schwani. In this state, he still went to Teacher Schwani. Isn't it shameful? Since you can't control the universe in the third calamity, you can do it a few more times, and when your strength becomes a little stronger, you will be able to master the universe when it matches your original universe. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered, and he said in surprise, a few more calamities, but he can't feel the supreme rule now. How to cross the robbery? He immediately posed the problem. When Wes heard this, he chuckled and said, this is even easier. Simple. A drop of sweat leaked from Jian Wushuang's forehead, feeling that Weiss was bragging more than him. If the supreme rule is simple, everyone is in the 9 tribulations realm. How can this kind of thing be simple? But he hasn't waited for him to read these words carefully. In the sky, layers of robbery clouds condensed again. This time, he really believed it. Anything? He raised his head and glanced at Jaeyun in the sky, then glanced at Wes. Even the highest rules can be controlled. This is the true God. Now, even if Weiss let him go to the 9th calamity, he believed it. Too frightening. Even the highest rules can be controlled. True God. Jian Wushuang raised his mother's finger, then jumped up, began to welcome the 4th robbery. The strong outsiders found that Jaeyun had condensed again, and they were all stunned. They cannot see the existence of Weiss. Naturally, it is not clear what happened. Only after seeing the decadent Jian Wushuang and the great elder of the Balunga tribe, they had a few conversations, and their confidence skyrocketed. Returning to the universe of one thought, once again, it only took a while to trigger the 4th culpa. But Jian Wushuang didn't master the real universe. So why did he begin to cross the calamity? Everyone can't believe it. Around the sky, no one of the tribulation realms spoke. Just now he was sure that Jian Wushuang was over. But now I can only watch Jian Wushuang cross the 4th calamity. At this time, some people didn't believe in evil and said, let's go and see. It violates the supreme rule. The 4th culpa is definitely not ordinary, and maybe it will be gone after a while. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, 78. Close your crow's mouth. Many people looked viciously. If Jian Wushuang dies, what good will it do to them? Jian Wushuang, who is not dead and wasteful, is good for them. The dead Jian Wushuang was as uncomfortable as his own father died. After all, they all counted on Jian Wushuang's innate life force. Lianxing and Tongha Jianxian were also excited when they saw Jian Wushuang preparing to cross the tribulation again. Little guy, I knew you could. Lianxing clenched his fist with light in his eyes. Although the relationship between Tongha Jianxian and Jian Wushuang is not close, they are both Jianxiu, but they cherish each other. In a blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang is now comparable to him. The master of the universe in the half-step 7 tribulations realm with a divine power in his early millionths is almost the same as the Gula who hasn't transformed. Now Jian Wushuang who has crossed the four tribulations, has reached 700,000 basic divine power. The fourth calamity was passed in a flash. The rest is the supreme tribulation. Everyone squeezed a cold sweat for him. I hope he can get through it successfully. There are still many people who worry that Jian Wushuang won't pass, and they will be finished again. The fourth calamity came crashingly. There is an essential gap with the first three calamities. This time Jian Wushuang was able to truly feel that powerful catastrophe. It is like an iceberg falling into his universe. Still trivial. Jian Wushuang was also a little worried at first, but now it looks like that. Four tribulation realm. He clenched his fist, trying to manipulate the origin universe, but found that it was still a bit difficult. This is just the universe of mind power. Like Weiss said, it's just a piece of paper. But he can't even manipulate paper, let alone turn this piece of paper into a real universe. Prepare for the fifth calamity. Weiss looked up at Jian Wushuang and nodded. The supreme rule operates again, gathering the fifth calamity. Ancient would shrine outside. It seems there is no pressure. Many people breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The fourth calamity has passed, and he still can't grasp the real universe. It seems that he is going to cross the fifth calamity. It's almost the same as expected, but his strength has increased somewhat quickly. Everyone nodded. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang's surface strength is now. They can deal with it. Jian Wushuang changed back to normal. His supernatural power was only 700,000. The strong ones outside naturally looked down on it. But after Jian Wushuang performed the super-eternal change, his supernatural power was 4 million. This combat power is enough to make the ordinary seven tribulations realm jealous. Now that the basic divine power is 700,000, that is not the limit. Jian Wushuang had not absorbed the divine treasure yet. He had such a high base divine power. Once the bones of Dongjun were swallowed, the basic divine power easily broke 1 million. Now is not the time for him to calculate his own combat power. The next fifth calamity is his starting goal. After this time, he hopes to successfully control the universe. Let's start. The breath rose suddenly. The amount of robbery was the first to come. The divine power of 700,000, resisting the fifth calamity, is not too strenuous. But the pressure has already come. The four tribulations realm has 700,000 divine powers, which are already comparable to the five tribulations realm. It's normal to go through the fifth calamity, but it won't work in the sixth calamity. The fourth supreme calamity increased the number of black holes in his original universe to more than 70,000. This time I am afraid it can reach 100,000. The robbery that came into being descended from the sky, converged directly to his original universe. This time it feels to him. It is no longer an object falling into the universe. Instead, I felt a storm condensed in the universe. Jian Wushuang also started to get serious. Gu, this power is actually eating away. He suddenly became angry. He is the only one who devours others, but he still has the power to devour him. This has to teach this power a lesson. He came directly to the core of the storm. Really felt that the storm was absorbing the power in his original universe. With his hands open, he can't manipulate the power of the entire universe, and he can't manipulate these more than 70,000 black holes. The power of 70,000 black holes gathered in the body. Jian Wushuang's origin uttered a hum. His current source power is no longer comparable to the seven tribulations realm. Instead, it reached the eight tribulations realm level. This is because Guyu time and space is dominated by divine power. If converted to the original Morwa time and space, it is not a problem that his current source power is comparable to the seven tribulations realm. the power of 70,000 black holes burst out an unprecedented breath, dispersed the entire storm directly. The supreme calamity collapsed abruptly. Whether it was a strong person watching from the outside world or the great elder of Dragon God Mountain, they were all shocked. The outside world exploded. They could see that Jian Wushuang could survive the 5 tribulations in succession, but they had never thought that Jian Wushuang would be able to force the 5th supreme tribulation to disperse. This is the power that destroys the supreme rule. It's incredible. Even Wes leaked a surprised expression and whispered to himself, "It seems I didn't pick the wrong person. He has a talent for destruction." Only Jian Wushuang felt that this was normal. Not much. He hadn't paid attention to the 5th calamity. He just wants to quickly master the universe. 5 calamities come down. The number of his black holes skyrocketed to 100,000. A universe, 100,000 black holes. If it is 10,000, it is perfect, and a super universe is born. Then the condensed universe of 100,000 black holes is the ultimate universe. It has reached the limit of rule writing. I am afraid that the who made the rules could not think of future generations who could surpass the rules. The beginning of 1 yuan, 100,000 heavens. This is a truth that has been understood since childhood. Now he once again verified what the limit is and what is beyond the rule. Wow. Raising his hand slightly, he can easily manipulate the ups and downs of the universe. In the past, the universe was dead, unable to move at all. Now, he wants to let it move whatever he wants. Let me see what you really look like. He condensed the origin and began to evolve the universe into a real universe. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Failed again. Is this endless? Even in the 5 tribulations realm, they couldn't control their own universe. He has collapsed. Though strong from the outside world, is also about to collapse. This is the 5th calamity. This kid hasn't controlled the universe yet. Doesn't it take him to the 9 calamities to control it? Crow's mouth, it's really going to the 9th calamity. Well, be killed by a headshot. The 5 tribulations realm has 800,000 divine powers, and the advantage is still mine. A strong man in the 7 tribulations realm comforted himself. Then the 7 tribulation realm powerhouses began to face reality. Emperor Jian Wushuang could burst out 800,000 supernatural powers. It doesn't matter where the divine power comes from, in case it can break out. Now doubled again. It's 6 million. The 7 tribulation realm powerhouses gathered here are not ordinary people. Divine power is more than 5 million, and there are more than 2 million superpowers. Chapter 58:79. But their supernatural power is dead. Jian Wushuang is alive, still getting stronger. Now that the universe hasn't been in control, it's so powerful. If you control the universe, it's worth it. Jian Wushuang's face was black at this time, and he didn't know what to do. Looking down at Weiss, the other party nodded to him and reminded loudly, "As long as you have confidence, my 9th calamity can help you draw it down." This sentence made him tremble with fright, and hurriedly waved his hand. No, one more time is enough. He also has limits. After crossing the 6th calamity at most, he won't have the strength to break through. 5 calamities at a time is his bottom line. The limit is 6 kalpas. Then start. Weiss stretched out his scepter and moved a little towards the sky, and the robbery clouds gathered again. Jian Wushuang also began to take it seriously, taking advantage of such a short time, quickly swallowed all the divine treasures in the mustard seeds. His origin has always been in the limit state, and he can't improve at all. Every calamity caused his origin to change once, becoming stronger, faster than swallowing treasures. However, The increase in divine power is indeed very small. Now, the basic supernatural power has reached 800,000. 5 tribulations, realm 800,000. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is the peak and the limit. But in his eyes, this is not eating enough. Quickly swallowed all the treasures of divine power, except for Dongjun's bones. After all the treasures he had obtained in the infinite world had been collected, he discovered that it had added hundreds of supernatural powers. It seems that those treasures are too rubbish. It takes at least 800,000 to complete the 6th calamity. If you want to be stable, you have to increase your divine power again. The power of the beast god. 3 times, his divine power began to soar, breaking 1,000,000 in an instant. The origin of the beast god soldier was also scrubbed once, reaching the level of the 5 tribulations realm. Now you can use 5 times the power of the beast without armor, but he felt that 1,000,000 supernatural powers were enough to deal with the 6th calamity. If 1,000,000 divine powers can't pass the 6th calamity, it would be too ridiculous. Liang Jia penetrated his divine body, leaving a lot of injuries. This was the first time he was injured during the robbery. The life force was running, and it was restored to its peak in an instant. The amount of robbery can be considered to have passed steadily. The strong outsiders breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that innate life force again, these people are even crazier. The most important thing is the 6th supreme calamity. His Hunyuan stones are enough. It depends on what level his origin can excite. Without the increase of the real universe, he is under a lot of pressure. Cold talk from the beginning. Come on so far. They are like Jian Wushuang, from the 1st robbery to the 6th robbery. Every face is serious. He said silently, pass, 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 for a time. The whole holy place could hear the deep voices. The Shunmu King and others, who were still destroying the origin of the infinite world formation, were also very anxious. I was afraid that Jian Wushuang would not be able to cross over and would become a useless person. Now, Jian Wushuang is also considered and has high hopes. Facing the 6th calamity, he had great confidence. The universe is divided and countless forces gather. Several holes were blasted out of this piece of paper in an instant. The 6th calamity is indeed not simple. This time he felt the horror of the supreme rule. As long as it is a robbery, no matter how powerful it is, it will be suppressed by the supreme rules. No one can avoid it, which goddess fell under the catastrophe of Guyu time and space. That is to say, the gods can escape this bondage. Come on. Jian Wushuang opened his hands, although there was no increase in the real universe. But he has an increase in the universe. It also gave him a lot of improvement in strength, manipulating the entire Yi-Nian universe to deal with the 6th culpa. It is also his success or failure. The gathering storms shuttled to every part of the universe. The wings on his back kept shaking open, rescuing his own universe everywhere. The Hunyuan stone is constantly being consumed to restore the universe, but its universe is too big, 10 times as much as the master of the universe at the peak of the normal 5 tribulations realm. Consumption of mixed stone is also more. Fortunately, the current universe is condensed with thought power, and he can also use thought power to repair the universe. Boom. Another secret realm began to collapse. It is still the most important Tianqing mountain in his universe. Wes is on it. He rescued from below, and Wes was basking in the sun and drinking small wine. It was in sharp contrast with him. No way, this is the gap. Who makes his strength impossible? The water disaster of the 6th calamity, the origin of the universe, completely turned into the sea. There is not even a piece of land. There are only 5 secret realms suspended. 100,000 black holes, only 5 secret realms. Obviously, it was not enough. What this catastrophe tested was the support of his universe. This catastrophe can't be sustained. How to conceive a stronger life? It is better to die. No, I can't be too busy alone. Jian Wushuang shook his head, knowing the current situation very clearly. If one person can't do it, then 10,000. He still has a clone. He is extremely powerful in all things, and can breed countless clones. Wow. 1.2, 2.4, 4.8. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of clones appeared, and they ran around to rescue in an instant, stabilize the black holes, and fix the timeline of the connection. This is time to open up the universe. The disorder of space is because of time. Time and space just need to be steady. Then the problem is not big. The time Jian Wushuang is building now is not the time to comprehend it before, but to establish the time that belongs to his original universe. This is completely different. There must be light in this world. Jian Wushuang raised his hand and pointed, and the huge sun at the center of the universe was instantly extinguished. Only in the darkness can the existence of light be confirmed. The world has changed from white to black, from black to white again. Yin and yang have been formed, and what is left is everything. One is divided into 2 for yin and yang, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets everything. Time and space, there are clones to stabilize. What he has to do is to completely build his own universe. The 5 secret realms are raised at the same time. Take Tianqing Mountain as the core. In an instant, the entire universe was completely stabilized. The water disaster of the 6th calamity was also solved. At this moment, his universe became more and more real. Call, with a heavy breath, made the sword move. He can feel the breath from the universe. The first life is about to be born. In his own universe, Jian Wushuang is omnipotent and knows everything. In a flash, he has reached the depths of the ocean floor. He had a trace of life force with his own eyes, and he condensed a strand of plant-like organisms with life. The first life is a special life, not a reproducible ethnic group. This is normal. Now, it is difficult for him to let him create a race that can multiply. But being able to appear special lives, then it means that one's own universe has come true. End of this chapter. Chapter 5880. He has also become the coveted Lord of the universe. 6 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang exhaled deeply, and he did it. Raising his hand to make a fist. In his dojo, the increase in his original power reached its peak. The core swordsmanship broke out, with countless sword sounds. That power that can destroy the dryness and decay is enough to kill the 7 tribulations realm. Now, he himself doesn't know how powerful his combat power is. It's time to go out and solve everything. Master of the universe, Jian Wushuang. The powerful outsiders also felt the oppression from Jian Wushuang. His divine power is obviously only 800,000. How can the strength he showed when he just made a fist make me feel terrified? That is his origin. Soon there was a great power in the 7 tribulations realm, and he noticed the special origin of Jian Wushuang. The power of the source surpasses the divine power. 100,000 black holes. At the beginning, Kishin's peak universe had only 100,000 black holes. The key Qishin majored in the origin of time and space, not a divine power, in the ancient moon time and space. The master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm, there are probably not 100,000 black holes in the original universe. Speaking of the origin alone, Jian Wushuang could already disregard the entire Guyu time and space. But the supernatural power is far worse. Break through 10,000 laws with one force. His strong origin does not mean that his divine power is strong. The power of the origin is comparable to the top powerhouse of the seven tribulations realm in Guyu's time and space. When converted into divine power, there are more than one, 5 million. Of course, this is just his normal state. Once the super-eternal change is performed, plus the blessing of the original universe. That's not good. Great Elder, please also use Dragon Ball to shield the sky from the outside world. There is no need to shield the highest rule. Jian Wushuang fell to the top of Dragon God Mountain. The whole person's temperament and breath have undergone tremendous changes. The Great Elder couldn't see through Jian Wushuang anymore. He could only see that his divine power was only 800,000. But it is not clear at all about the source that has just been strong. It's easy. The Great Elder once again urged Nine Dragon to isolate the infinite world. Jian Wushuang raised his hand, his palm moved. The huge universe began to shrink. From covering the entire infinite world to the size of a palm, it was just a moment. Looking at his original universe, Jian Wushuang's mouth leaked a smile. After waiting too long, he finally did it at this moment. When he was in control of Jidao, he looked up at the stars, still looking forward to the Lord of the universe. Now he did it, and he is also the master of the universe in the six tribulations realm. He is very close to his goal. The teacher made a promise to meet in the future. It's coming soon, and he is no longer afraid of extinction. It is also time to return and eradicate life. Everything happens soon. I thought I had to be among the willows before I could attack the tribulation realm. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Hold the palm. The origin of the universe enters the body. You can accept your own universe. The Great Elder was extremely shocked. Although he was not the Lord of the universe, he knew from the memory of inheritance that the Lord of the human race, only by reaching the eight tribulations realm can one be able to accept one's own universe. Jian Wushuang was able to do it in the six tribulations realm. It's incredible. No wonder it cut him off from the infinite world. Otherwise, the sensation will be even greater, and it will expose one's own cards. Jian Wushuang also pleaded at this moment, "Elder, please help me keep this matter secret. After all, it is a whole card and cannot be easily exposed." This is natural. The elder nodded. It's just that the appearance is vicissitudes again. The hand controlling Dragon Ball was also shaking. Now, the life force is not enough. Great Elder. He looked at the wise man in front of him with admiration in his heart. This time, he could attack the tribulation realm ahead of time, and also be able to reach the sixth tribulation realm in one fell swoop. But it all depends on the Great Elder holding his life to fight. Fortunately, he has vitality and can help the Great Elder to recover. Just when he stepped forward to help the Great Elder recover, the other party shook his head. "It's useless. My lifespan has come to an end, no matter how much life force. I can't survive. This is my end." The elder shook his head and stopped Jian Wushuang's help. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth. When he wanted to say something, he didn't insist on thinking of something. Maybe it really is dead. It is meaningless to live any longer. The will has been wiped out. What is the meaning of living in the flesh? Wow. The outside world saw that the infinite world was blocked again and thought that Jian Wushuang was going to survive the seven tribulations. After the Great Elder removed and saw Jian Wushuang had successfully broken through, they were all relieved. Jian Wushuang in the six tribulations realm, their single-on-one has no advantage. Don't talk about the seven tribulations realm. At that time, I am afraid that only the master of the universe in the eight tribulations realm could capture Jian Wushuang. crossing 6 calamities at a time, the first person to come back and forth between ancient and modern times. Li Yangxing's eyelids throbbed, thinking of what I said to Jian Wushuang back then. But I didn't find it would be confirmed so quickly. This is only a few years. He has already reached the 6 tribulations realm. Even if someone said that Jian Wushuang could reach the 8 tribulations realm, I'm afraid someone would believe it, amazing everyone again and again. There is nothing impossible to do. Many 7 tribulation realms are now starting to raise money in the bottom of their hearts. Ahem, everyone, let me mention it, said an extremely powerful 7 tribulation realm expert. Jian Wushuang, this little brother, although has vitality, he is also his own. Don't force it. We have to exchange it for the same value. Hey, that's what I think. When we go in, we also have to talk and talk to others. This is the glory of our Gumu continent. I think this fellow Taoist will also give us a face. Yep. Many people see that the direction of the wind has changed, and one by one has changed faces. I didn't think about going to besiege Jian Wushuang again. Instead, I was going to discuss with Jian Wushuang to exchange his life force. Of course, there are also some radicals. These 7 tribulations realm. I don't want to spend money, but the life force also wants it. Then you can only grab it. Outside the formation of the infinite world, the strong man of the ancient wood school also hesitated. But Shenmu Wang did not change his mind. Jian Wushuang had reached the 6 tribulations realm, and he was not his opponent at all. Why bother to reason? The truth is for the strong. For the weak, there is only force. In the infinite world, this time Jian Wushuang broke through the 6 tribulations, and it only took 3 hours. It hasn't been a long time yet. It's time to solve Gula. Jian Wushuang moved his eyes and nodded at the elder. Before the great elder sent him out, he directly rushed through the dragon god's barrier. The barrier that can block millions of divine powers is like thin paper. When I came to the bottom of the mountain, I realized that there was no place to stand. After Wu Li was recovered, he played again. Bru became a super soldier with a supernatural power of 4 million. The two besieged Gula together. It even got the upper hand. Chapter 5881. He doesn't seem to be needed anymore. Jian Wushuang was hiding in the depths of the void. No one could find him. Only the strong from outside can see him. This is because of the formation. Once the formation is broken by the Shenmu King, he wants to leave. The 8 tribulations realm powerhouse comes, and it is difficult to stop him. The current Gura's divine power has stabilized at 45 million. When he first transformed, there were only 3 million. Now, the more war is getting stronger. The 3 people are fighting, and it's time for selflessness. Each is injured. He can't stand it anymore. Wu Li's 3-foot sword, a Hunyuan slash, directly split Gula's body into 2. Bru chased and hit the upper body. Wu Li chased after herself. Both of them have already cooperated. Wu Li's swordsmanship became more sophisticated, and his divine power was extremely stable. This is also thanks to Dan Bao. With Dan Bao's healing, Wu Li was not afraid to go back. Have a good experience of the power of 1 million supernatural powers. But under the circumstances that he kept fighting, the divine power from the outside was also constantly absorbed by him. Although it is still 5 tribulations, but his supernatural power has reached an astonishing million. Coupled with the divine power injected by the Tree Man, his current divine power can also be maintained at more than 3 million. Has the combat power of the 7 tribulations realm. Below, there was a figure in the dark pit. After Jian Wushuang saw that figure, he moved behind him. Brother Li Sheng. That figure is Li Sheng. The female emperor has disappeared, but the aura is still there. She should have escaped. After brew broke out, the empress took the opportunity to escape. Only Li Sheng dared to stay. Because no matter which side wins, Li Sheng is the beneficiary. He who watched the game was also the most tortured. At this time, I was shocked when I heard Jian Wushuang's voice. After turning around to see Jian Wushuang, he just breathed a sigh of relief and said anxiously, "Why don't you go and help take the opportunity to solve him?" Back. Jian Wushuang was taken aback when he heard this and asked, "Isn't he already transformed? What else can he have? If you really have something to do, why bother to drag it? It's been 3 hours now. What makes Gula so bearable? Rather than being besieged by both Brew and Wu Li, they don't want to use it." Li Sheng sighed. "This is what I heard from Jinu. Gula's real strength is far more than this. His peak of divine power is more than 5 million, but now it stops at 45 million. I must be planning something, or it takes time to condense the breath. More than 1.5 million. Jian Wushuang raised his brows and then said calmly, "That's not anxious." His vitality was exposed, and the strong outsiders stared at him, and he was not in a hurry. Besides, it is a Gula. He has to wait for the other party to give him a surprise. That's the secret about the 9 Dragon Balls. Gula looked for Dragon Ball to find a treasure. He is very interested in this. So there is no rush to shoot. Another reason is that Wanlu didn't plan to give up. Wanlu is involved. The value is also greater. In the past, the strength was not enough, and anyone who was sneaking into it had to go in. Now that the strength is enough, there is no reason to give up. This is a super mystery that fascinates all the strong. When he arrives at the Lord of the Universe, he needs more treasures. To cross the 7th calamity, you need a mixed stone. He didn't have any. There are also some auxiliary treasures. All this needs to be collected. His current origin has lit up the first universe in the starry sky. Follow-up will continue to light up other universes. Knowing his limit, there are 100,000 black holes. Then you have to build the second universe according to this specification, until the entire time and space are lit. Even the starry sky. The road has been drawn, so I have to go. Many people want to go, but they can't come out this way. There is supernatural power. Dongjun's bones. He has brewed in the original universe. Only now did he realize that the aura left on Dongjun's bones was the 8 Tribulations realm. In the starry sky, the leader of the human race, the Lord of the 8 Tribulations realm universe, beheaded and killed. Speaking of which, this is his disciple and grandson. This hatred is also counted on the head of extinction. Originally taught him how to fish. Now give it back. Somewhat embarrassing. I don't know which apprentice is doing. It may have fallen. After all, the span is too big. Extinction flows from the starry sky to this, and I don't know how long it has passed. But no matter how long it takes, the divine power on the bones is extremely rich. As soon as he merged now, he felt the beating of the divine power of his whole body. Just an instant divine power increased by 10,000. The foundation divine power continues to rise. Fortunately, his divine body is enough to guard against the sky. The fusion is fast enough. According to the original standard of swallowing, only 20% can be taken. It can also make his basic supernatural power easily reach 1 million. Even more. 1 hour. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged and said to Li Sheng, "If you want to go out, I can send you to see the Empress, or when everything is over, I will take you away personally to protect your Li family forever." Live. Li Sheng swallowed, with loneliness in his eyes. He even hoped to hear what great opportunity Jian Wushuang would give him. But thinking that Jian Wushuang could hardly protect himself before, there is no such thing as Gula, so he didn't talk about it anymore, but replied plainly, I don't care anymore. I just want to change back to the identity of the human race and return to the Yu country to take care of the family. What? Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, and then said, Is there no confidence in this? Li Sheng is now the pinnacle of the Five Tribulations realm. After returning to Yu Kingdom, except for the Empress, he is the Lord of the Second Universe. Coupled with this sacred meeting, the Lord of the Universe in the entire Gumu continent has been drastically reduced by half. At this time, Li Sheng can go to some big forces or take the initiative to join the Gumu sect. There is still hope in the Six Tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang, it's all because of you that I can have such a chance this time. Li Sheng took a deep breath and proactively admitted, If you weren't there, I might have died in Sang Mo's hands. At the beginning of the Roman River, the Empress abandoned them and left. Li Sheng, the master of the Four Tribulations realm universe, was left behind. Without Jian Wushuang, he would really not survive. There will be no luck in the back. The luck in the back was also related to his conversion into a desolate beast. If it weren't for turning into a desolate beast, how he would survive in the Roman River would be a problem, and he would still be able to go ashore and encounter that kind of opportunity. Jian Wushuang saw Li Sheng as if he saw those ordinary, mediocre masters of the universe. Compared with the masters of the universe, Li Sheng's luck is indeed against the sky. It's okay to say that he is the chosen one. So many lords of the Five Tribulations realm universe have fallen, but Li Sheng is still alive. It also became the Five Tribulations realm. Take this, there is a pill for transforming into a human race. Jian Wushuang threw a mustard seed to Li Sheng. End of this chapter. Chapter 5882. He remembered the previous time. Naturally, he will not treat each other badly. He didn't know what Gula promised Li Sheng. But these are the only things that can help. Becoming a super strong in the future can protect the inheritance of the Li family. You can also keep Li Sheng from dying. After catching the mustard seeds, Li Sheng didn't rush to use the conversion pill, but just collected it into his body. But when he looked at it with thought, he was taken aback. He looked at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. Jian Wushuang nodded indifferently and said, Don't be surprised, it's for you, but I have to speak out. He raised his finger and pointed to it, indicating that someone was staring at them. Where are the strong outsiders watching? If he knew that he gave Li Sheng the power of life, it would have harmed him instead. Not enough. Please ask me at any time. Everyone knows the power of life anyway. He will not pick so again. Li Sheng didn't know. Thinking that Jian Wushuang had pulled out Wanlu, he nodded quickly. Those life powers are useless now, but they will be of great use when they become Sanjie in the future. After the explanation, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and began to absorb Dongjun's bones to enhance his supernatural power. The outside fighting continues. Gula did have a problem. The breath in him keeps rising. The Vietnam War gets stronger. Now, the divine power has reached 1.47 million. Wu Li and Bulu also felt that something was wrong. Don't worry, at his speed, it won't take long. When Wushuang brother becomes the master of the universe, we don't need to worry about it. Wu Li comforted Bulu, but there was nothing in his heart. I'm afraid I can't hold it. There are more than 2 hours left. Bulu thought that the elder was still urging Dragon Ball, so he didn't dare to ask by voice transmission. Can only be immersed in fighting hard. Although the Gula side became stronger with the Vietnam War, they did not have a completely desperate posture, but tried to delay the time. At this time of the war, Gula also saw it. These opponents of his are all equipped with unique skills. From less than 1 million supernatural powers at the beginning to now everyone has more than 1 million supernatural powers, has made him numb, also a little scared. Fearing and pressing brew, and Wu Li broke out again. So he planned to gather his energy and end the battle in one wave. The so-called gathering of qi is not to gather greater and powerful divine power. Instead, gather enough qi to prepare for the second transformation. Transformation for the first time, from 1 million to more than 1. 4 million today. The second transformation requires his divine power to reach 500,000 before he can use it, so he has to hold on. Once transformed for the second time, his supernatural power is enough to crush everyone. At that time, he didn't have to be trembling, and he had already thought that once the transformation was completed, he would kill these people instantly. Never waver again. Wait. Gula gritted his teeth. His body was already devastated. This is the first time someone can push him to this state. The oldest barbaric era. Those powerful 7 tribulations, realm, desolate beasts did not force him to this point. Gula's divine power has reached 1.49 million. When Wu Li was shaken open, his divine body began to crack. Bulu quickly reached Wu Li's side and helped Wu Li resist Gula. Go where Dan Bao. Wu Li nodded. Such a high-intensity battle can still be easy to do because of Dan Bao's existence. As long as Dan Bao is alive, he will be able to restore them to their peak time and time again. On Jian Wushuang's side, at the moment when he felt Wu Li's divine power drop again, he was just about to take a shot, and he realized that Dan Bao had already begun to restore Wu Li's divine power. This made the corner of his mouth move, and he continued to improve his supernatural power. Millions! Now, his basic supernatural power has reached 1 million. Only half of Dongjun's skeleton remained. According to his speculation, it can also increase by 200,000. It's just that the later, the slower, he will improve the divine body. Even if there are treasures of divine power, go to unlimited supply. Still can improve quickly. Said it is an hour of time. But he accelerated the time to 1 million times in his original universe. Almost 100,000 years have passed. Only 200,000 were raised. This was because of the divine power in Dongjun's bones, which was too pure. Almost without too much transformation, it can be absorbed. If you use some treasures, I'm afraid it will take more time. And slower. Call. After 1 million supernatural powers, he absorbed it again, but found that it was too slow. The threat from the outside world is no longer Gula. It's those ancient robberies. Originally, he didn't pay attention to King Shinmu, but from where Wu Li learned that King Shinmu had been showing weakness, he didn't dare to be so careless. What now needs to be considered is how to deal with the 8 tribulations realm. 1 million of supernatural power is enough. The 6 tribulations realm would be capable of 1 million supernatural powers. It's almost reached the limit. The female emperor had this supernatural power at the beginning. Breaking the limit is nothing to him, but he also needs some chance to assist him. Just like that power. If I were to perform super eternal change, my supernatural power would be 2 million. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. You can't look at the surface when you look at people. His basic supernatural power is only 1 million, but that is not his true strength at all. Not to mention the super eternal change. With the current power of the beast god, he can easily use it 5 times. Doubled by 100,000. 5 times is 500,000. His current combat power can be divided into 5 grades. The first grade is the supernatural power under normal conditions. The second grade is that he uses the power of the beast god. The third grade is his original kendo under normal conditions. In the 4th grade, he performed superuniversal changes. The fifth gear is the super eternal change, which coincides with the blessing of the origin of the universe. At that time, it was his strongest combat power. With his strength improved so much, he has to make some changes to his fighting style. After all, it was in Guyu time and space. Fight more with supernatural power. The division of combat power will also be compared with divine power. Just like his original kendo, now you can use the third sword, Reincarnation Sword. He hadn't used the power of this sword before, and he didn't know it, but the first two swords, because of the strong origin, have also become stronger. The current Sword of Life can reach a combat power of 2 million supernatural powers. The Sword of Death is similar, and the third sword is the power produced by the opposite of the two. One can imagine how powerful it will be, so in the future, you have to hug a little too. Can't see an opponent, went all out. The more exposed, the more targeted, although he didn't plan to stay long in Guyu time and space. But also pay attention. Comparing the 9 major time and space, there are contacts with each other. He didn't stay in Guyu for a long time, but that didn't mean he didn't go to other time and space. These 9 core time and space will accompany him for a long time. And now, Guyu time and space, there are still some tricky things waiting for him to solve. For example, get together the original 10 people. This difficulty is not small. Now, I have to protect myself. End of this chapter. Chapter 5883. It is also a headache. Come step by step. Call. Breathing out a suffocating breath. Jian Wushuang slowly got up, stood side by side with Li Sheng, and reminded, "Get ready to switch. The end of Gula is here." "I thought you would keep watching." Li Sheng was a little surprised. He couldn't see through Jian Wushuang before, and now he can't see through. It just felt that Jian Wushuang's temperament had undergone a certain change. Jian Wushuang shrugged and said indifferently, "Don't you know, the strong are the last to come on stage. Get ready to witness." After speaking, the figure flashed before Gyula's eyes. The power of the beast also ran crazily, and the divine power reached 1.5 million in an instant, 5 times the power of the beast god. Raising his hand, he directly sank Gyula's face into it. Boom! Gyula's figure is even more like a meteor sliding backwards, falling into the lowest abyss. When Wu Li and Bulu saw him, they were both happy. "Brother Wushuang, you finally broke through." Both of them breathed a sigh of relief, especially Wu Li. He knew that Jian Wushuang had a trick that could double his divine power. This doubling is not a doubling of combat power, but the divine power has doubled. At the beginning, from the basic supernatural power of 400,000, it soared directly to 800,000. The breath and hair turned blue. Wu Li saw clearly. As for the dark red aura, right now, he knew that this was Jian Wushuang's innate treasure of the universe, the divine power that inspired it. Just use the treasures of the innate universe. There will be 1.5 million divine powers. If you use that trick, I'm afraid the divine power can reach 2 million. Wu Li's speculation is indeed accurate. Now, the Gula is completely over. Thanks for your hard work. Jian Wushuang turned his head to look at Wu Li and Bulu, throwing out 2 groups of vitality at will. Go directly into their bodies. Shock leaked from Gyula's eyes, and the divine power that had been languished was instantly restored to its peak. Faster than Dan Bao's recovery. Wu Li was even more surprised. He is more sensitive to the force of life. When I felt the force of life, my eyes were almost staring out. "Brother Wushuang, did you pull out Wanlu?" Wu Li said in disbelief. In his opinion, this kind of innate life force is only among the willows. "No, this is the life force that belongs to my Jian Wushuang." Turning to the pit, where Gula fell again, his hands condensed huge life force. Aiming at the pit, It is a huge light wave containing life force. This blow smashed the core origin of the entire infinite world. Now his combat power can indeed destroy the entire infinite world. Seeing such a large group of vitality, Wu Li hugged his head and exclaimed, "This is too wasteful, or you can give me a shot. I will destroy the Gula." I heard this request for the first time. He was a little speechless. If he tells Wu Li, "The force of life has emerged from the force just now, and there is still a little force of death," he would not say that. Those powers of death are the powers of acquired death that he used the power of life to reversely deduce. There is a gap between the power of innate death and extinction. But after being integrated into the power of life, the reversal power produced is still extremely powerful. Wu Li cheered up and leaned forward and said excitedly, "Surely you have mastered the power of life, right?" When he saw Jian Wushuang's unawareness of the power of life, he was a little skeptical. Now that Jian Wushuang took the initiative to say it, I really believed it. Jian Wushuang was not so sensitive to the force of life at first. It was mainly the first time to leave Qishan Temple. He has mastered the power of life in Qishan Temple, and only one person kills the life against him. There is no defense at all against other people. It was only found in Guyu time and space. The life force is so sensitive. Only then did the power of life in the Jueyun sword be absorbed. At that time, Wu Li had indeed doubted it, but it was a pity that Shuren had not recovered at that time. After it recovered, Shuren couldn't see through Jian Wushuang, so he didn't think much about it. Until now, Jian Wushuang is not hiding it. They only determined that someone really had mastered the innate life force. In this way, it is too simple to open Wanlu. Killing Gula, they will be able to go straight to Wanlu without the need for those twists and turns. Why? Do you want to solve Gula? Jian Wushuang gave up his position and let Wu Li step forward. Wu Li hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I'll spare him once. You just broke through the 9 Gula to practice your hands. 1.5 million supernatural powers. Bru can't solve both of them. Only Jian Wushuang can kill Gula." At this time, Li Sheng also transformed into a human race. He could see that Jian Wushuang had already reached the Lord of the Universe, and beheading Gula was not a problem. There is no need to stand on both sides. Waiting for Jian Wushuang to kill Gula, he will be able to leave with Jian Wushuang. Bulu also noticed Li Sheng at this time, with anger in his eyes. "Brother Li Sheng, let me show you the direction. Your Majesty fled towards the assembly area in the southeast. You should be able to catch up with him now." Wu Li quickly relieved Li Sheng. Otherwise, when Gula is resolved, Bru will start to attack Li Sheng. Both sides helped him and Jian Wushuang. But there are also priorities. Obviously, they care more about the powerhouses of the Balunga tribe. And Dan Bao has what the tree man wants in his body. Standing in the distance, Li Sheng clasped his fists, knowing his embarrassing situation. That's it for meticulous work. Even if the original appearance is leaked, it is difficult to be accepted. What's more, he killed a lot of Palunga people. It's also embarrassing to stay here. Then he turned his head and walked towards the place where he came. Now, the Dragon God continent has been destroyed. There was no desolate beast to stop it either. It can go directly to the Roman River, where he is more familiar. Without King Tiermu, those wild beasts in the 5 tribulations realm would not be able to threaten him. The Empress can be found safely. Then leave the infinite world with the Empress. Regardless of whether the other party has become a saint, he is considered complete this time. There is also the promise of Jian Wushuang. Worry-free for a lifetime, and it's good. How could the 6 tribulations realm be that simple? Seeing where Li Sheng disappeared, Wu Li secretly sighed that the other party was lucky. Gula, won't you come out yet? Jian Wushuang shouted toward the abyss below. If I don't come out again, I will go down. After speaking, he rushed directly into the abyss. The other party's divine power reached 5 million, which was similar to what Li Sheng said. There is really a 150 supernatural powers. Wouldn't think that you can win by dragging it all the time. Huh. Entering the dark abyss, relying on the power of mind to feel the deepest gura, he knotted his hands, constantly blasting the divine power in his body. Want to force Gula out? You're really interesting. Jian Wushuang shook his head, and his supernatural power immediately returned to normal. But he drew the sword of 10,000 tribulations. Since the opponent can't come out, let the battle be resolved in the abyss. Psalm. The sword of 10,000 tribulations was pulled out, and the cold light illuminated the entire abyss. 4 changes today, 2 changes yesterday, end of this chapter. Chapter 58-84. It also made him see the Gula below. At this time, the Gula divine body shrank into a ball, and a black halo was still surrounding the body. He was a little surprised when he saw this scene. This seems to have something to do with the transformation of the frozen demon race. He has witnessed 2 frozen demon races, and he also has experience. Unexpectedly, Gula could still transform. Can't stay. The sword of 10,000 tribulations split instantly. Although it was just a random sword, its power also exceeded 5 million magical attacks. In an instant, Wan Jian fell. This is enough to kill the Gula in this state. But just when Jian Ying fell, a golden light burst. Gula shrank into a ball and stretched out his arms in an instant. A roar from the ancient demon directly shattered the abyss. Countless huge crusts began to fall. I made you successful in transforming. Jian Wushuang shook his head. His figure flashed out of the abyss. In that case, wait for the opponent to come out for a fight. Boom. The abyss collapsed. When Wu Li saw Jian Wushuang coming out, Nian Li also felt the change in Gula. Why is he stronger again? Bru was also surprised. The 2 of them were scared of being beaten. After discovering that Gula had become stronger again, he looked pale and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang said indifferently, "Little things, don't be so scared." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden ball of light burst out of the buried abyss. Go straight in his direction. The divine power soared directly to 6 million, displayed 6 times the power of the beast god. Both hands directly resisted the golden light and shadow. After blocking, it was discovered that Jin Guangzhong was the Gula after her transformation. She was golden, and even the threaded corners on the top of her head were gone. Boom! Jian Wushuang felt his hands numb and let go, while Gula used his round head directly against his chest. His divine power once again forcibly increased, his hands blocked again, and Gula fiercely threw out. This time, Gula was not as embarrassed as before, and his figure stopped after just a pause. A pair of evil eyes glanced at them. With a squeeze of both hands, the entire infinite world was trembling, and the rubble scattered below began to fly towards the sky uncontrollably. This force has interfered with the gravity brought by the source. You are really honored. Gula said with one hand on his hips and pointed at Jian Wushuang and others. It is to be able to witness the final state of this king. It is the greatest luck of your life. Wu Li's legs were shaking, and he said in disbelief, "Since you are so strong, why don't you transform yourself sooner?" "Transform earlier. It won't be boring. I just let you experience the feeling of suddenly falling into after just experiencing the victory." Gula sneered, but he forgot the plan before the transformation. It was originally intended to quickly resolve the battle, But once the words were opened, they couldn't stand it. Mainly want Jian Wushuang and others desperate. Now, my divine power is 1. 8 million. Who else can stop me? Gula broke out again and directly shook Jian Wushuang and others back. Very arrogant. It's too early for you to be happy. Jian Wushuang shook his head and drew out the sword of 10,000 tribulations backhand, thinking of the scene when he killed the ancient temple. It seems to be staged again. Gula saw Jian Wushuang drawing his sword and sneered. Why are you going crazy? Don't worry, I will be very fast this time. You can go and meet those human races below with a bit of tolerance. In the abyss, he could see that Jian Wushuang's divine power was at most 1.6 million, which could not threaten him at all. Thought Jian Wushuang was scaring him. It's you who should be crazy. Jian Wushuang slowly raised his hand, and the origin within the ice-blue blade suddenly exploded. The origin within the sword of 10,000 tribulations instantly rose to the level of 6 tribulations. The sword of death condenses instantly. That powerful breath shocked everyone. Even those powerhouses in the 7 tribulations realm from the outside world are extremely surprised. This sword can kill most of the scattered robbers in the 7 tribulations realm. After all, it was converted into a supernatural power, a full 2 million. It was already the peak state of the top 7 tribulations realm. Not every 7 tribulations realm dispersal tribulation is as powerful as the Soul Heaven Emperor. Gula's eye hole burst. I can't believe it. I don't believe I will lose. Even less believe that Jian Wushuang would be so powerful. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Gula kept backing away. He was unwilling to accept this result. Until now, he finally transformed into his final form. The supernatural power is 1.8 million. He could have won easily. Jia. Gula fell into a state of madness. Before Jian Wushuang could take a shot, he flew towards the sky and jumped to the top of the entire infinite world. Going up is the enchantment of the formation. That barrier, even the Shenmu King, is very difficult to destroy. Of course, this is because Shenmu Wang is hiding. If you don't hide your divine power, the time of a stick of incense can be broken. As for Gula, his divine power is only 1.8 million, and he doesn't know how long it will take to break it. Jian Wushuang would not give the opponent this opportunity. Gula pressed his head against the barrier, gritted his teeth, suddenly turned his head, and looked at Jian Wushuang and others below. The black sword shadow erupting from the icy blade had already rushed. There is no escape. Then die together. Gula clenched his fists, his figure swelled in a circle, and his divine power once again increased in a large range, and it was almost close to 1.9 million. Released his fist, opened his hands, and gathered the supernatural power of the whole body randomly gathered between his hands. A huge dark red ball of light condensed in his hand. This is his strongest blow. Even if he couldn't stop Jianying, he would destroy this infinite world. If the origin is destroyed, all life will disappear. Gula threw the dark red sun towards Jian Wushuang with all his strength. The black sword shadow passed through the dark red sun and hit Gula's divine body. Crackling. Gula's divine body was like a mirror, shattering instantly, but there was still a trace of faint aura remaining. Jian Wushuang below was not in charge of Gula, but headed toward the dark red sun. The breath on the body also began to change. Okanshu, calm from the power of the white origin, it instantly transformed into the power of the blue starry sky. Super-eternal change. He jumped up suddenly, and when he was approaching the dark red sun at that moment, he kicked to the top of his head and directly through the huge dark red sun that Gula was proud of. It happened to hit the remaining breath of Gula. The breath instantly turned into powder in the dark red divine power. The dark red sun was bombarding the barrier. Boom! It's as if the whole sky is going to fall down. At the core of the formation of Infinite World, many of the supreme elders of the ancient Wood School all leaked unbelievable expressions. With the blow just now, even for them, it would be difficult for them to follow. Chapter 5885. Jian Wushuang was easily resolved with one kick. This combat power has surpassed many of them. The 9 great elders of the Gumu sect each have 2 million divine powers. Ordinary elders also have more than one, 5 million supernatural powers. For example, the head teacher of the Gumu sect has the same divine power as the Gula. It is a pity that he is not too elder. He is also a puppet in the Gumu sect. On the surface, no one actually has any rights. Just like this time, the good thing didn't find that head teacher. Instead, let him stand alone against so many strong people outside. This kind of internal fighting is also inevitable in the 8-star sect. After all, resources are limited. Someone has to sacrifice. Those strong from the outside world are now completely divided. Originally thought Jian Wushuang was similar to them. It now appears that they have surpassed them too much. For a time, 2 forces came into being. The Seeking Peace sect, star refining, led the many 7 tribulations of the 16 kingdoms, and they wanted to cooperate with Jian Wushuang and exchange the power of life with treasures. As long as it is reasonable, the radicals are centered on the Lord of Sirius in the Sirius secret realm, wooing many loose cultivators, and the 7 tribulations realm in the secret realm, preparing to Jian Wushuang. These people are still imagining the limits of Jian Wushuang. I thought that the outbreak just now didn't use my own combat power. If you really want them to spend money to buy it, not only are they reluctant, but they don't have the financial resources. So I can only grab it. On the other side of the Gumu faction, if the money is not available, the goods are still needed. It is to block everyone. Take down Jian Wushuang alone. There are 3 last hours before entering the Infinite World. Dragon Mountain. Jian Wushuang didn't have much joy after Gula was completely eradicated. Fall into the top of Dragon God Mountain. Dan Bao is restoring his supernatural powers to Wuli and Bulu. They are very happy. Gula is dead. Everything is over. But things are so easy. Gula's death has a price. He exposed the power of life. Now the strong outsiders don't know how to talk about him. He can feel the core origin of the formation of the infinite world, and that power is constantly weakening. Once it is destroyed, there will be countless strong people rushing in. There are also strong people in the 8 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang looked at Dan Bao and the others and couldn't bear to say it. At the same time, I was also thinking about how not to affect these people. Wu Li, who had recovered to his peak, saw him so entangled, so he calmly stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Brother Wushuang, you are so strong. Why are you so sad? Just say what you want. Come out, don't hide and tuck. We are also people who have fought against Gula. We have never seen anything in the world." Gula! Jian Wushuang shook his head. Next, they had to face a group of Gula, and even more powerful enemies than Gula. The Great Elder also watched it at this time. He knew the formation of the infinite world best. At the beginning, the dragon was to destroy the formation, leading to the arrival of the superpower of the ancient Wood School. And more than one. In the memory of inheritance, there are 9 superpowers, besieged the dragon god, and eventually the dragon god was seriously injured and fell. The Balunga tribe was left behind. Also after the fall of the dragon god, The origin of the formation of the infinite world became stronger. The super powerhouse of the ancient wood school has never appeared again. Now that the origin is getting weaker and weaker, it shows that someone is destroying the origin in the outside world. If the origin of the formation is ruined, then the infinite world will enter and exit at will, just like other wild worlds. The great elder of the Belunga tribe knew this, so he understood the crisis this time. Jian Wushuang also looked over at this time, and the great elder nodded. Then I will not hide it from you. After our human race came to the infinite world, we have been kept under surveillance. I have exposed the power of life. Those who are in the dispersion realm will definitely come to me. You should know how mad about the power of life for those powerful saboteurs from the outside world. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and looked at Dan Bao again. The opponent's body also has the source of restoring divine power, and Dan Bao will also be hunted down at that time. Then the remaining elders and Bulu couldn't escape either. As for Wu Li, he wants to enter Wanlu. Naturally, it is impossible to give up everyone and go alone. Wu Li's mouth was long, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Everyone, there is not much time. Jian Wushuang shook his head. At present, it is not dead. Wu Li is going to Wanlu. Then everyone can go together. Enter Wanlu Shenmu together. The big deal won't come out anymore. Wait until the strength is enough before going out. Wu Li is now in the half-step 6 tribulations realm. Went to Wanlu, as long as the luck is not too bad. Attacking the 6 tribulations realm is not a problem. It didn't take long to enter the infinite world. Wu Li broke through 2 calamities in a row. Wanlu Shenmu, but the entire Guyu time and space ranked in the top 3 super-secret realms. The master of the 8 tribulations realm universe couldn't get in. How could the opportunity inside be simple? The original Lord of Hengmu had a mediocre aptitude. After entering Wanlu, not long after he came out, he became the Lord of the universe in the half-step 8 tribulations realm. Wu Li's foundation is good. With the help of the Lord of Hengmu, he is naturally much better than Hengmu himself. Not to mention how high the achievement will be. It's always okay to reach Hengmu's original state, taking a step back as long as you become the master of the 7 tribulations realm universe. After coming out, he will have the strength to resist the 8 tribulations realm. Of course, except for the Lord of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm. However, most of the masters of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm are not in Guyu time and space. There is no need to worry about this. There is nothing wrong with Wu Li. It's just 3 people from the Belunga tribe. Jian Wushuang was very guilty of this. He can quickly reach the 6 tribulations realm. In addition to his own reasons, the most important thing is the help of the great elders of the Belunga tribe. And Wu Li Bulu and even Dan Bao desperately stopped outside. Don't forget this grace. That's why he struggled. The lifespan of the great elder is not much. Now I have to flee with them. Although brusque combat power was good, he was only at the level of the ordinary 7 tribulations realm. Don't even mention Dan Bao. It's just the combat power of the ordinary tribulation realm. Almost in the subsequent battles, it was equal to no combat effectiveness. What they and this group have to face is a group of 7 tribulations. Once something goes wrong, Yu regrets it too late to read www.ukanshu.com. When Bru heard this, his eyes flickered, but he was not timid. Dan Bao is the same. It was Wu Li with a dark complexion. Originally thought that when Jian Wushuang reached the Lord of the Universe, he would be stable this time. But the Gula was sent away by the front foot, and then the entire Gumu continent was chased and killed in the 7 tribulations realm. Of course, there are benefits. Jian Wushuang has infinite life force, or innate life force. There is no problem in entering Wanlu. Moreover, Jian Wushuang's innate life force played a big role in the plan of Lord Eternal Wood. Wu Li's mentality is one with the Lord of Hengmu. He completely believes in the Lord of Hengmu. End of this chapter. Chapter 58-86. As long as the Lord of Hengmu nodded, no matter how great the danger was, he could deal with it. Just like when he was still the master of the Three Tribulations realm universe, he dared to take Jian Wushuang, an emperor, to fight Wanlius' attention. Speaking of which, he was still a little immature at that time. It's great to imagine everything. If everything is normal in the congregation, now they are still struggling here with a high probability. There is still a long way to enter Wanlu. Everything is speeding up now. The strength continues to skyrocket. The opportunity came in an instant. They are enjoying the opportunity and are also facing danger. Another point, Wu Li also just discovered. Since following Jian Wushuang, chances have not been missed. Although dangerous, it can be resolved every time. He hasn't encountered this feeling for a long time. Follow your friends on life and death adventures. Constantly getting stronger in chance. This is a very interesting thing. The road to the strong is not alone anymore. Hey, I thought it was something. Wu Li waved his hands and said, "Isn't it just a group of old guys who are about to enter the coffin? As long as they come, we will take him." Jian Wushuang didn't speak, but looked at the great elder. As long as the elder nodded in agreement. Now he asked Wu Li to take them to Wanlu. Before the strong from outside enters this place, they will reach Wanlu Shenmu. He is now the Lord of the universe, and can suppress all the 7 tribulations realm at the speed of the 3-shake universe. Even if it is King Shenmu, he has information to compare with each other. Moreover, he has reached the Lord of the universe, exerting 3 shocks in the universe, and his aura is restrained. You can take several people. There is no worries at all. It depends on the great elder. Are you willing to leave the hometown where you once lived? Turning his head to see, the entire dragon god continent had turned into an abyss, which was a bit embarrassing. There is no hometown here. There is nothing left of grass. The infinite world may be completely plunged into the turbulence of time and space. At this time has been tortured into ruins by the battle. If you stay, you can't survive. The memories of a lifetime passed slowly in the great elder's mind, and he stood up from the throne tiredly and came to Bru and Danbao's side. Put your hands on the shoulders of the two, and then use the palm of your hand to mobilize the last trace of power to transmit the power of the Dragon Ball to the two. Bulu and Danbao looked up at the great elder at the same time, with surprise and dismay in their eyes. "Elder, what are you doing?" Bruce seemed to see the decision of the elder in his eyes, but he couldn't bear to ask. Although Danbao was small, he understood. The great elder will leave them soon. 2 benefactors. The elder looked at Jian Wushuang and Wu Li and held his fists respectfully at them. Wu Li has a thick skin and can bear it. Jian Wushuang couldn't afford it. He hurriedly stepped up to help the great elder and said, "If the great elder has anything to say, just say it. You are kind to me. As long as I, Jian Wushuang, can do it, I will never stay. Hand. This is my hometown, but in the face of those strong outsiders, I have to leave. Before you leave, I want to entrust Bulu and Danbao to you, and do not ask them to restore my Palunga, but please be able to keep the 2 of them alive and leave no matter where they go, as long as they are alive." The words of the great elder are extremely sincere. Jian Wushuang originally planned to take them away. Even if the elder didn't say anything, he would do it. "Elder, you don't have to be so polite to enter Wanlu. Anyway, there is no quota, and I have a fate with this little Danbao. Don't worry, The outside world can't pretend to be your Palunga clan. They'll give it to Wanlu. You Barunga people have opened up a world. After Wu Li finished speaking, he looked at Dan Bao with a smile. Although this is a bit big. But it's not impossible. The outside world can't do it, and setting them up in the sacred tree of Wanlu is also a way. Thank you. The great elder bowed again. Jian Wushuang wanted to help, but was stopped by Bulu. This, he insisted again and again, but he could only give up. Feel the weakness of the infinite world formation. The great elder was not talking nonsense, and made the final plan. Fusion. Give his remaining divine body and wisdom to Bulu. Help Bru become a full-body Wave-Rung fighter. It can even be said that it is the second generation of the complete dragon god. As for Dan Bao, the elder knew that there was some kind of treasure in Dan Bao, which was a treasure from among the willows. But he didn't say it clearly, but told Jian Wushuang alone. As long as you are not blind, you can see that Wu Li has been staring at the treasure in his body. Jian Wushuang could see it too, but he hadn't even asked Wu Li or the Lord of Hengmu. This kind of thing can absolutely happen. He will not forget the great elder's sustenance. A stream of light slid down from the air. Jian Wushuang and his party also started their second march. With a tired body, head to the far north ice field, and then wait for the formation barrier to disappear, and leave the infinite world. Go to Wanlu Shinmu. The Grand Elder and Bru are completely assimilated. However, the Great Elder only left his own power, but his consciousness disappeared forever. Achieved brutal peak combat power. The perfect Balunga. It can also be said to be a complete dragon god. The true dragon at the peak of the 7 tribulations realm. Normal divine power is 2 million. This also made Wu Li speechless, no longer staring at Dan Bao. It originally took several years to travel from the Dragon God continent to the far north ice sheet. Jian Wushuang reached the edge of the barrier in just an hour. Just wait for the formation to disappear. Before disappearing, the Great Elder used Dragon Ball to isolate them from the outside world. They are completely invisible to the outside world now. So, at the edge, they are not afraid of being ambushed in advance. After the outside world discovered their disappearance, everyone is in a hurry. The same is true for King Shenmu. After Jian Wushuang entered the infinite world, someone stared at him. Knowing that Jian Wushuang can restrain his aura to the extreme, most people can't find it at all. But Shenmu King is different, not to mention the strength. Just say that the treasure in Shenmu King's body can lock Jian Wushuang's life force. It seemed to him that Jian Wushuang couldn't get out of his palm. You reading www.okanshu.com, but now they are completely isolated. How could he not panic? Push all of you away. Now go to the edge of the infinite world immediately. Take this token. As long as the token flashes, send the location to me. Shenmu Wang distributed some tokens to everyone. The 9 great elders and the 18 core elders did not hesitate. After taking the token, they went straight to the edge of the infinite world. More than 27 tribulation realm powerhouses have joined forces to make the boundary of the entire infinite world uncomfortable, just to block Jian Wushuang's way out. After everyone left, King Shenmu isolated all the space in this place. After all preparations were made, the breath on his body began to change. End of this chapter. Chapter 5887. A force that can make all the 7 tribulations realm tremble burst out. In front of him, the already broken core of the formation couldn't help trembling. Boom! Shenmu King dispatched with a palm, and countless vines appeared on his body and rushed into the source and began to destroy it wantonly. If someone who is knowledgeable sees it, he will definitely be able to recognize that the vine on Shinmu King's body is the Moyun vine that was also owned by Elder Muchun. But the Moyanting of the Shinmu King, but the Moyanting of the Eight Tribulations realm level. The level of the Eight Tribulations realm is equivalent to the combat power of an Eight Tribulations realm. No wonder everyone pushes away. King Shinmu has been showing weakness. In addition to Mo Yun Tung, the life force in his god's body is also constantly erupting, enough to supply his divine power attack. With a single palm, you can smash the Seven Tribulations realm. The current Shinmu King was much stronger than his own peak. It was already possible to compete with the Master of the Universe in the Eight Tribulations realm. After several attacks, the origin of the core of the formation was completely damaged. The appearance of the entire infinite world is also completely leaked out. A wild breath suddenly hit the sky. This movement. In an instant, those Seven Tribulations realm experts in the ancient Wood sect Holy Land were stunned. What are you looking at? These high-sounding guys of the ancient Wood sect have already entered in advance. Jian Wushuang has disappeared. Maybe they have been caught by the strong of the ancient Wood sect, so monopolized. Otherwise, everyone will work together to destroy the holy land of the ancient Wood sect. The Lord of Sirius was originally the leader of the werewolf tribe in the wild. They are also militants. At this time, it brought the rhythm. The radicals he led reached a consensus in an instant. The head teacher of the Gumu school was completely dumbfounded. This is going to rebel. Now, in the entire Gumu sect, Holy Land, he is in the Seven Tribulations realm. How is he going to stop? Jiangmen God, do you still want to be the master of the ancient Wood sect at this time? The power of the Sirius Lord is no weaker than that of the ancient Wood sect. Taking a step forward, he came directly to the front of Jiang Menshin. But before the Lord of Sirius took the shot, he punched the door himself and directly withdrew from the ancient Wood Holy Land. Make everyone dumbfounded. In fact, this is completely unnecessary. As long as they flee and control the formation, they will be able to trap them for some time. Then go to inform King Shinmu. But Jiang Menshin did not intend to do this, because Bobby D had already notified him. After a few hours, they will arrive at the Gumu school. And one more sentence. Today, the Gumu sect will be removed. The door is waiting for this opportunity. He had had enough in the Gumu school. Now that everyone is finished together, he still has the next family to accept it. It can be regarded as revenge for dissatisfaction in my heart. These greedy guys. The door withdrew from the Holy Land and went directly to the treasure land of the ancient Wood school. He cursed the Shinmu King in his heart and was greedy with those overly elders. However, he took the initiative to enter the treasure land of the ancient Wood school and began to search for treasures. Anyway, the Gumu school will be over soon. These treasures are not taken for nothing, although there is no power in Gumu school. But the power to distribute treasures is still there. He can also enter the treasure land. Searching wildly, packed all the treasures within his authority and swept them clean. Then walk away. The guard guarding here wanted to come forward and ask, but after seeing the gloomy face of the gate god, he stepped back. He not only searched the treasure house of the Gumu sect, but also destroyed all the fairy tombs behind the Gumu sect. There are still a lot of Seven Tribulation realm powerhouses inside, but they have lost their vitality and have been sealed up. I thought it would be a sin, which attracted a lot of karma. Unexpectedly, the moral golden light on his body has increased by several feet. It seems that the Seven Tribulations realm buried inside are not good people. Grab the treasure house and destroy the fairy tomb. All in one go. The holy land of the Gumu school was also destroyed at this time. The original magnificent Gumu sect killed all day long. The disciple of the school was almost dead. If the Empress Fengtian knew that the Gumu sect that she had tried so hard to enter would have been destroyed, she didn't know what she would think. On the other hand, Shenmu King was already chasing Jian Wushuang, and he didn't care about the Gumu faction at all. Why can the ancient Wood School become the 8-star sect? Not because of his existence. As long as he is still there, the Gumu sect will not die. On the contrary, if he is gone, then Gumu School would not exist either. Over the years, that old fellow from Shurgwa has been staring at him, and the flame also pressed his head. Sooner or later, he will behead these two people. Back then, the 8 Tribulations realm powerhouse from the Daughter Kingdom threatened him, so he fell. Few people know about this matter. I'm afraid there are only a few people. He, Shenmu King, will never allow other strong men to threaten him in Gumu continent, nor is it allowed for anyone to dare to peep at his Wanlu Shenmu. These little hairy thieves. Sure enough, they are paying attention to Wanlu and Yu Hengmu. It's really great. This time I will completely solve you. My treasure can also be complete. The Shenmu King's speed increased sharply. The time of a stick of incense traverses the entire infinite world, heading towards the big world of Wanlu Shenmu. The location of the infinite world is interconnected with the great world of Wanlu Shenmu. They had just discovered the whereabouts of Jian Wushuang, Wanlu Shenmu. After the ancient Wood sect Holy Land was destroyed, Lianxing brought the powerhouses of the 16 kingdoms, and Sirius brought the powerhouses in the secret realm, and they also descended to the infinite world. But they didn't know where Jian Wushuang had gone. I don't know where to find it at this time. You can only follow the strong guys of the Gumu sect and head towards the Wanlu divine realm. If you can't find it yourself, then follow the strong guy of the ancient Wood School. You won't get lost like this. The strong from both sides marched towards Wanlu divine realm together. At this time, in Shangfen of Gumu continent, a huge spaceship appeared, is rushing towards Gumu faction. Cabin, the 8 Tribulations realm of the Stone Kingdom, did not go. After receiving the call from the 7 Tribulations realm of the Stone Kingdom, Emperor Bobby was a little surprised. But after another thought, that's right. The ancestor of the 8 Tribulations realm of Shur Kingdom was actually the weakest of the 8 Tribulations realm. Without the help of the Flame God, how dare to fight with the Shenmu King? Even if King Shenmu kept showing weakness, he didn't dare to go. The current Flame Gods are dominated by clones and are heading towards the time and space of Qishan Temple. There was no movement on the deity's side. Qi Temple, extinction. Bobby Emperor shook his head in disdain. This conflicted with his plan, and he didn't want to waste time looking for the trouble of extinction. And now, Jian Wushuang's clone, left by his side, also disappeared. He also had no way of extinction. The resurrection plan has reached a critical moment. Originally, I was going to the secret realm of Wuhua. Who would think that Wanlia's side was the first to go wrong? Jian Wushuang's deity kept the secret from him and wanted to open Wanlu. How could he agree? End of this chapter. Chapter 5888. Qi Jiuxiao. Exist. The red-skinned Qi Jiuxiao walked out of his cave and stood behind Emperor Bobby, his expression respectful. The appearance of Qi Jiuxiao made everyone unable to hold back. The same goes for the Soul Heaven Emperor. They couldn't bear the sense of oppression. It's so powerful that it's suffocating. Wait, as long as you meet someone who dares to resist, you will be killed with a punch. Don't keep your hands. Bobby D was very concerned about Wanlu, and naturally would not keep any hands. Randomly looked at the Soul Tiandi and others behind him again. His eyes moved. Everyone understood in an instant and nodded frantically. Bobby D was very satisfied and yearned for this feeling of being superior. It is far from reaching the peak. When he becomes the queen of sabotage, the path to resurrection is also his path to the gods. Resurrection. Bobby D is not the only one seeking this path. Wu Li, who was following Jian Wushuang, was thinking too. To be precise, Lord Hongmu was thinking. Both have the same goal. They are all hitting the road of the gods. Guyu Shirkong is such a strong robbery realm. They are all running towards the 9 tribulations realm. This is putting the cart before the horse. Even if it reaches the 9 tribulations realm, how can it be? It's still a martial artist, only to become a god. Only then can you get rid of the practice and truly enjoy the world. Wanlu Divine Realm. It is also the realm of gods. But here is a willow tree. A willow tree is actually the top 3 super secret realm in Guyu time and space. The secret among them, so many powerful people ruin themselves. Now someone stepped into this place again. Jian Wushuang. After they shattered the barrier of the infinite world, they rushed towards this place in an instant. The speed of the 3-shock universe is only a bit weaker than the peak Shenmu King. So they are the first strong people to reach here. How far further? Jian Wushuang looked at Wu Li. Now they have reached the Oyu Thangserts of Wanlu Divine Realm. There were also a lot of obstacles on the road, but with Bru, the pinnacle powerhouse of the 7 tribulations realm, he didn't need Jian Wushuang to take a shot to smooth everything out. So there are not too many twists and turns. But the deeper, the stronger the obstacle. No one has relied on hard power to enter Wanlu so far. Even the master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm could not do it. Fortunately, the periphery can still hurry at a normal speed. But after reaching the inner circle, they couldn't make any progress. Wherever there are rules, they are all isolated. Who knows what monsters will appear? There is a lot of vitality in Wanlu. Naturally, many ethnic groups will be bred. These ethnic groups must practice in the 10,000 Willow Divine Realm, and they cannot go out for a lifetime. Although he can't get out, his strength is much stronger than that of the outsiders. After all, it is a minority group. Although the strength of a few of them is not bad, after entering where they are, it is also very dangerous. Wu Li was also a bit desolate at this time, and the Lord of Constant Wood in his body was using that treasure to find the exit where he left. Following that exit, they can go in again. This is also what left behind. After originally intending to become the 8 tribulations realm, he entered Wanlu again. Na Qingxiang was finally picked the peaches by King Shenmu. The treasure was also taken away from the core components and almost fell. Don't worry, it's nearby. I need some time. Wu Li's voice changed directly. It was the Lord of Hongmu who was talking. Wu Li wanted to explain, but was directly blocked by Jian Wushuang. Now there is no time to talk like that. Listen to nonsense. Go first, southeast, looking for a spiritual field. The voice of Lord Hongmu sounded again. Jian Wushuang's thought power was slightly sensed, and he discovered the spiritual field in the southeast direction and led everyone to the top of the spiritual field. The spiritual field here has definitely existed for more than 1 million epochs, and no one has picked it at all. If it hadn't been in a hurry this time, Jian Wushuang would have to go down and pick the spiritual field for whatever he said. The size of this spiritual field, if it is harvested and sold out, it can sell $1 million mixed stone. He has now become the Lord of the universe, and he needs the Hunyuan stone to practice in the follow-up, and he needs the Hunyuan stone to cross the catastrophe even more. This thing has disappeared in Qi Temple. No matter what, you have to prepare more. Ordinary 6 tribulations realm. Only 1001 era. He is not ordinary. The origin universe is many times stronger than the 6 tribulation realm cosmic masters in Guyu time and space. Only Tongha Sword Immortal can breed 10,000 in one era. let alone him. According to his speculation, at least 1 million will start in an era, but he has no time to lay eggs. There are not a few strong men who survived by nurturing the Hunyuan stone on their own. They are all fighting for opportunities and treasures to fight for. Jian Wushuang is the same. He has less time. A lot of things behind are waiting for him to solve. There is no time to nurture the Hunyuan stone here. Especially now, he can give up even millions of mixed stones. Just after stopping, the Lord of Hengmu asked him to walk towards Lingquan in the southwest. When he arrived at Lingquan, he became even more tempted. If a spiritual spring is completely removed, it can sell tens of millions of mixed stones. In the periphery of this Wanlu divine realm, there are probably not many treasure lands that can be compared with this Lingquan. But before he was moved, the voice of Lord Hengmu sounded again. Let him go to another place. Just when he was about to leave cruelly, Wes in the origin universe stopped him forcibly. Jian Wushuang panicked and quickly said, Master Weiss, this is not the time to be joking. There are a large group of strong men who are chasing and killing me. Stop making trouble. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Weiss was on the top of Tianqing Mountain, enjoying various kinds of delicacies while chatting with Jian Wushuang, who was amused. Jian Wushuang almost collapsed. In the end, Weiss asked him to move this Longquan into his original universe. You are a god. Do you still care about this treasure? Jian Wushuang began to doubt the identity of Weiss again. He recognized the strength. But this treasure is also tens of millions of mixed stones. What is it to God? Can it be changed at hand? He couldn't forget. Now, Weiss went to summon the Supreme Tribulation. You reading www.okanshu. Calm the shock at that time was the same as that of Weiss who asked him for Lingquan now. Ho, it's changed by myself. And the texture is different from the innate spirit spring. I want to use this spirit spring to make wine, and I will give you a copy after it is made. Weiss covered his mouth and chuckled lightly. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to rush down the Lingquan alone in the surprise of everyone, and moved the entire valley that carried the Lingquan into his original universe. The Lord Hengmu, who saw this scene, was also going crazy and reminded loudly, Don't move this kind of garbage. In the Wanlu Shenmu, I will give you as much as you want. After Jian Wushuang heard these words, he agreed, but all this was not his original intention. Weiss on Tianqing Mountain was a little angry when he heard it. Dare to doubt his vision. Get punished. End of this chapter. Chapter 5889. And Weiss thought for a while, and then said into the air, I will punish you for having today's luck. Say what you say. After this sentence was said, the sky suddenly darkened. Jian Wushuang had just received Lingquan into his original universe, and he found a group of black crows in the distant sky. This group of crows also has this high crown king. Go. I didn't dare to think about it, and immediately took everyone to flee. He still didn't know that all of this was due to a word from Lord Hengmu. Weiss on Tianqing Mountain carefully pondered punishing the Lord of Hengmu and even impairing the coolie Jian Wushuang. Then it was revoked. I got up from the chair, stretched out, and came to the mountain range, where I moved in. After I found the Lingquan, I clicked on my finger, and this Lingquan changed its appearance. The divine power contained in the spring water is at least 100 times stronger than before. The value has also increased 100-fold. Turn the stone into gold. The structure is smaller. This spiritual spring is still unusual in West's view. It was Jian Wushuang that they didn't know the goods, because Lingquan has great potential. After his cultivation, it changed in an instant. If it were an ordinary Lingquan, if he turned a stone into gold, it would only increase several times. For your hard work, I will help you once. Jian Wushuang was taken aback by Weiss' words. Is this going to benefit him? But now he doesn't have the hesitation to ask for it. After coming to a treasure place that the Lord of Constant would once again said, he couldn't help but ask, did you forget where you are? It's almost a circle. The Lord of Hengmu said in this sentence almost loses confidence. He hesitated for a while. Impossible. I remember very clearly it should take a few more landmark instructions before we can find it. Don't worry. Jian Wushuang could only do so. Who didn't let him know? But when he was about to go to the next treasure, his figure was out of control again. He was just about to ask Weiss. This time he was going to do it again. I found that the surrounding scenery had changed. After seeing this familiar valley, Lord Hengmu said in surprise, I found it. This is it. At the same time, he was surprised. How do you know this place? This sentence stopped Jian Wushuang. But if he said that this was done by Weiss, I am afraid the other party would not believe it. Simply vague. The Lord of Hengmu didn't ask any more. Now the most urgent thing is to open the 10,000 willows divine tree. After turning his head and glanced at the huge willow tree in the core area of God's domain, he led everyone into the valley. After Jian Wushuang fell on the ground, he also noticed the difference here. There are many carvings here. It seems that someone has lived here. Follow the Lord of Constant Wood and walk towards the depths of the valley. There are more and more sculptures on the road. The sculpture is like a totem of an ethnic group. Jian Wushuang has never seen it before. It should be related to the ethnic group within Shenmu. Wanlu Shenmu has innate life. They can also regard Wanlu Shenmu as a master of the universe. Moreover, he is the master of the universe above the Eight Tribulations realm. Such a universe of innate life, the internal structure of the world, and the ethnic group must be extraordinary. Valley Jian Wushuang followed Wu Li and watched all the way. Are these totems portrayed by Senior Hengmu? He couldn't help but ask halfway through. What he saw alone exceeded 100 races. Being able to portray so delicately, only those who have lived in the inner universe of Wanlu Shenmu for a long time can record it. The only one who knew this place was the Lord of Hengmu. Then only he portrayed it. But what Jian Wushuang didn't expect was that this place was not carved by the Lord of Hengmu. Don't be surprised. I am not the first practitioner to enter Wanlu Shenmu. When I left here, I was as surprised as you. There are definitely people who can enter Wanlu, but it's not like I am on the bright side. The voice of Lord Hengmu came from Wu Li. Jian Wushuang nodded, but he definitely didn't believe it in his heart. If someone else had entered Wanlu, how could there be no news at all? And for so many years, few people knew about the things in Wanlu Shenmu at all. The Lord of Eternal must be full of many things for them. Going deeper, the statues are getting bigger and bigger, and each is very lifelike. The upper part also contains divine power. Everyone watching is very careful. Jian Wushuang also became more and more puzzled. Why has no one discovered such a real statue with supernatural power for so many years? Although Wanlu Divine realm has always been sealed by the Gumu faction, but people of the Gumu faction, there is always a way to come in. They can wander around the periphery and even reach the edge of the inner periphery. Why didn't you find this place? In other words, I knew it a long time ago, but I couldn't get in from here. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned. But I didn't ask much. They walked through the group of statues and entered into a huge lava cavity. The place is abnormally humid. Water seeps from the cracks in the stone from time to time. Here, the voice of Lord Hengmu sounded, and everyone stopped. Wu Li is at the forefront, naturally sees it most clearly. In front of them, there is an altar. The appearance of this altar is very similar to the outside world. It's just that the interior is empty and there is nothing. Jian Wushuang stepped forward, looked around a few times, and asked, "Senior Hengmu, does this altar need the power of life to open it?" At the bottom of the altar, he felt a familiar breath, the force of life. It seems that this place is the entrance mentioned by Lord Hengmu. Now, many powerful people from the outside world are heading towards this side. They don't have much time. The altar must be opened quickly. Then enter the universe of Wanlu Shenmu. The Lord of Hengmu walked directly out of Wu Li's body, but it was not an illusory thing. It's the real body. Said it is a flesh body. In fact, it is the flesh body that the branches of the sacred tree of Wanlu evolved into. He walked to the altar, took out a few incense sticks, and inserted them into the incense burner in front of the altar. After bowing twice, he turned his head to look at the crowd and said, just as Wushuang Taoist said, "This place is where you enter the sacred tree of Wanlu. The channel and the switch to open the entrance are also very special. It requires innate life force. You must understand that the innate life force is the life bestowed by the origin of time and space and the origin of the primitive universe. It has been accompanied by this since your birth life force. In fact, there is another point that the Lord of Hengmu did not raise. The life in the secret realm comes from the origin of time and space. Life in the primitive universe comes from the origin of the primitive universe. But there is another kind of life that comes from the origin of the universe of the practitioner. This kind of life is the acquired life. It doesn't have the power of innate life. After thinking about it, it should be that these people seem to be innate life forms." Chapter 58-90, both Wu Li and the Lord of Hengmu came from the primitive universe or the 16 kingdoms of grass. The continent of the 16 kingdoms is a continent illuminated by the origin of time and space. Naturally belongs to innate life. The infinite world is also an innate mystery. It also belongs to the origin of time and space. As for Jian Wushuang, let alone, he has the power of innate life. When in Qixin Temple, several big brothers of the giant gods all said that this kind of ability is rarely seen in the starry sky. Arrived Guyu time and space. Up to now, there is innate vitality among the willows. One can imagine how special this power is. Senior, we all understand this. Let's start now. The Shenmu King has already brought people to the 10,000 Willows divine realm. I'm afraid it will come soon. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but urged. Although he successfully crossed the tribulation, he reached the 6th tribulation realm. But he also didn't have the confidence to fight against a powerful king of the 8 tribulations realm. Moreover, this Shenmu King, who has been hiding himself, might be a pinnacle powerhouse in the 8 tribulations realm. When they come, they will be able to give them an instant. He doesn't have any whole cards to fight the 8 tribulations realm now. When the Lord of Hengmu saw this, he was not talking nonsense. With one hand, he condensed some innate vitality in his hand. Follow me. As long as there is enough innate life force, we can let the altar open. Lord Hengmu finished speaking and began to continuously inject life force into the altar. Jian Wushuang followed suit. This is too simple for him. After becoming the Lord of the universe, his life force is much stronger than before. Even the recovery of a dying 8 tribulations realm to the peak is not a problem. Reaching in with one hand, a magnificent green air column condenses and converges directly to the bottom of the altar. The Lord of Hengmu, next to him, was astounded. His life force was not enough before Jian Wufang. Secretly sighed in my heart, if it weren't for the treasure robbed by Shenmu King, his life force could be as powerful as Jian Wushuang. After Shenmu King got the treasure, He was no longer lacking the power of life. It's just that the treasure is not complete. The power of life that can be condensed is not the power of innate life. Not enough to open the altar. This is also the reason why he wants to capture Jian Wushuang. Mastering Jian Wushuang is equivalent to opening Wanlu Shenmu. Once the sacred tree of Wanlu is taken down, the innate life force will be mastered. Then in the end, the road they take will all be the road to resurrection. The same goes for the Lord of Eternal Wood. Although he holds the incomplete treasure, the life force is scarce, but it is the most core part that can condense the innate life force. Entering Wanlu is not for treasure either. Resurrection. This is the biggest appeal of Sanji. Emperor Bobby, King of Shenmu, Lord of Hengmu. The goal of the three parties is the method of resurrection within the 10,000 willows, Shenmu. Only Jian Wushuang still had those 7 realm-scattering tribulations, all for treasures. Speaking of those scattered robberies, it is also for the power of life. But I didn't dare to think so big, dare to think about resurrection. In the end, only Jian Wushuang was the purest person, and that was a treasure. Jian Wushuang continued to gather the power of life. His mind power follows those life forces, and he wants to enter the bottom of the altar. But it was ruthlessly blocked. Originally, he was thinking to see where these life forces had gone. In the altar, put the life force to open the willow's sacred tree. Where did this force of life go? Although it was for treasures, the current Jian Wushuang has become the Lord of the universe, the treasure of opportunity in the 10,000 willows Shenmu, and the demand is not so strong. He wanted to know what kind of secret this Wanlu was hiding. As a result, it can be juxtaposed with the ancient moon ruins and the Wuhua secret realm to become the 3 strongest secret realms in the ancient moon time and space. They are all inaccessible to ordinary people. In the first 2 secret realms, there will be some strange things floating out of the ancient moon ruins, and they are also useful. The Wuhua secret realm has no important treasures, and it's still intact. Few people can bring out treasures in the Wuhua secret realm. Wanlu Shenmu is different, because in the ancient Wood continent, it is occupied by the ancient Wood faction. In addition, the treasures on the periphery are valuable but also dangerous. The most attractive thing is the power of life. This attraction is the greatest. Therefore, Wanlu Shenmu is famous in the 9 great time and space. Even the master of the 8 tribulations realm universe had formed a group to enter forcibly, but it was a pity that he was directly cut off by the restraining force when he reached the inner circle. Still the kind of Jedi Tiantong. There was no power to absorb in it, and he almost starved to death. After coming out, he dared not go in again. I'm afraid of being trapped to death. At first, there were people who suspected that the Gumu sect could sneak in, but later, as several 8 tribulations realm universe masters left in embarrassment, no one doubted it anymore. The Gumu school has also been sealing the periphery of the Wanlu Shenmu. There has been no action. Every time the election of the position of the saint, the realm of the gods will be opened, but it is only at the very edge. Thinking of the saints of the ancient Wood school, they need to enter the Wanlu divine realm. Jian Wushuang's thoughts also opened up. According to Shenmu King's temperament, the position of the saint is probably also to open up Wanlu. It's a pity that I haven't been able to succeed for so many years. The innate life force is so easy. The gathered life force continuously enters the bottom of the altar. However, the entire altar has not changed in any way. The incense that the Lord of Eternal Wood had just ordered was gone. After a stick of incense, his vitality was enough to bring a dying 8 tribulations realm to life. With so much life force, there is no response. How dare Wu Li say that kind of thing in the first place? He couldn't help turning his head to look at the Lord of Hengmu. It goes without saying that his eyes were full of doubts. The Lord of Hengmu was taken aback for a moment, and then explained, I don't know, according to my calculations, it should be enough. Senior Hengmu, when you first entered, it wasn't this place, right? Jian Wushuang was suspicious now. When the Lord of Hengmu entered, it was definitely not here. Otherwise, the life force will be poured into it. And when the Lord of Eternal Wood entered, he was only in the three tribulations realm. That little strength is enough for you. When someone believed this statement, it was also ignorance, did not think deeply. In that special era, there are indeed countless powerful people who have flooded into the 10,000 Willows divine realm. It was also at that time that the master of the eight tribulations, realm cosmos, opened the way, so it can safely follow up. This makes sense. But how to get inside? How to explain this? Jian Wushuang didn't believe in this speech by mistake. Seeing Jian Wushuang start to doubt himself, the Lord of Hengmu quickly sighed. Friend Wushuang, it is better to hold on for a while. You believe me, entering Wanlu Shenmu must be from here, otherwise there is no way. The life force gathered by Jian Wushuang along the bottom of the altar continuously entered the statues. Chapter 58:91. Because he had been staring at the altar, neither he nor Hengmu felt it. It was Danbao who was on the side, who realized that something was wrong, and quickly shouted at the two of them. Those statues seemed to be alive. What? This time, without any hesitation, he quickly stopped the power of life gathered in his hands. He turned around and rushed out. The outside statues have changed positions. It seems that it really moved just now. Seeing this, the Lord of Hengmu was a little anxious and hurriedly urged, don't worry about those statues. They are almost there now. Even if they are alive, it doesn't matter, as long as we go in before they fully recover. The more he said that, the less anxious Jian Wushuang became. This made the Lord of Hengmu very anxious. He hurriedly greeted Wu Li, who was on the side, to come forward to persuade him. Brother Wushuang, this is not the time to play petty temper. When King Shenmu brings people, we will be finished. Wu Li tried hard to persuade. Jian Wushuang was indifferent, turned his head to look at Wu Li slowly, and said, What benefits did Hengmu give you? This sentence stopped Wu Li directly. The master of Hengmu is his master. When he was still an ordinary person, he picked up a branch and embarked on the road of self-cultivation. Everything that was promised at the beginning has been done. The old Wus family, Guangzhou Niaozu, he himself became immortal, then set up the Wu family later, and become the ancestor by yourself, all the way to the Lord of the universe. His dream has long since come true. Now it's just to repay the favor. And he also wants to go up a step. Wu Li didn't know much about the master of Hengmu's plan, but since he became the master of the universe, the master of Constant Wood has been instilling in him about the sacred wood of Wanlu for a long time. This matter had already taken root in his heart. If you don't enter Wanlu, you will have regrets in this life. Now, being asked by Jian Wushuang, he really stopped him. Me. Wu Li turned his head and glanced at Hengmu, then at Jian Wushuang again, and said firmly, Of course, it is to become stronger, Jian Wushuang, and we are not children anymore. Why bother to pursue too much? As long as we enter Wanlu Shenmu, my master will definitely not let you down. Choosing between Jian Wushuang and the Lord of Hengmu, Wu Li must choose the latter. Jian Wushuang was not surprised when he said this, but this kind of words have been said since the common times. Now that Jian Wushuang heard such words, he was like air. If there is no change here, he will still write some letters. When the time comes to enter Wanlu Shenmu, at worst, they will go their separate ways. But this kind of thing happened before entering Wanlu Shenmu. The sculptures outside have recovered one after another. each is powerful. Why doesn't Jian Wushuang worry about this? In case his power of life is not the channel to get through the Wanlu Shenmu. Instead, they revive the statues. That would be a big fool. Who knows what will become of these carvings? After recovery, who will listen to? On both sides of the altar and the 3 statues above it, there is at least the aura of the 7 tribulations realm, or even the 8 tribulations realm. It's not good for them to come back to life. Before the Shenmu King came, he had to die on the spot. So he didn't dare to continue injecting life force into the altar. Unless Gu is the master of Hengmu, he can give a reason, or be able to explain the current situation. There is no trace of the passage, not even a sign. Instead, carving began to recover. Hengmu, now you make the oath of your own life. Promise to take me into Wanlu. And don't hurt us, people. I will continue to inject the power of life. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Jian Wushuang felt the pressure from afar. And also, I know it's no good to procrastinate. You can only choose to avoid risks. Let the Lord of Everwood make this oath. He could see that the current state of the Lord of Hengmu was not weak. He was a scattered calamity in the 7 tribulations realm. In terms of divine power, at least 2 million. If he was still an emperor, he might be manipulated arbitrarily by the opponent. The oath that Wu Li made back then was aimed at Wu Li. He has never made any oaths with the Lord of Hengmu. Seeing this, Wu Li also turned his head to look at the master of Hengmu and said respectfully, "Master, why don't you make an oath first so that Brother Wushuang and the others can rest assured?" "Shut up!" the Lord of Hengmu shouted angrily. This angry shout startled Wu Li. "I don't know why the Lord of Hengmu is so angry. It's all your fault, you bastard. You insisted on helping Jian Wushuang overcome the catastrophe. If he hadn't successfully overcome the catastrophe, would I still need to beg you so much?" The Lord of Hengmu no longer concealed himself and changed his body shape immediately. In appearance, the original green tree man's body turned into a dark red tree trunk battle armor. The breath is also constantly improving, and this breath is no longer the power of life, but a terrifying force of destruction. After Wu Li saw this scene, he felt incredible. Compared with the master he had seen in the past, the gap was too great. For a while, it was simply unacceptable. Finally, your true face has been revealed. The 2 vows are so simple, and you don't want to make them. I'm afraid you never thought of taking us into Wanlu. Isn't this place the passage to enter Wanlu? Jian Wushuang sneered. Moreover, the Lord of Hengmu didn't even discuss it, so he turned his face directly, probably because of his attention and the treasure in Danbao's body. Jian Wushuang felt disgusted when he thought of Wu Li's crotch in front of the Great Elder. Wu Li leaned towards Jian Wushuang with some hesitation at this time, but he was only followed by cold eyes. Bulu and Danbao definitely believed in Jian Wushuang. The Lord of Hengmu sneered and said, "I wanted to use you again, but I didn't expect you to see the problem so quickly, so I just sent you on the road first." What a big breath. Bruce stepped forward immediately, his breath shook, and the divine power of 2 million exploded directly. Jian Wushuang also directly performed the super eternal transformation. Ready to go. Wanlu Shenmu's plan has since become a joke. Hengmu, you don't think that you can handle us after resuscitating a few rotten fish and rotten shrimps. He pulled out the sword of myriad tribulations, and the terrifying power of the starry sky suddenly rose. This power made everyone terrified. Really? The Lord of Hengmu waved his hand and shouted angrily, "Zwut Yahweh!" Boom! The mountain began to vibrate. Jian Wushuang turned his head to look at the sculpture on the left side of the altar. The dark green stone shell on the sculpture's body began to fall off, and a terrifying, desolate beast began to recover. Not good, back quickly. Jian Wushuang took Danbao and Bulu, with each hand rushed out of the mountain, and reached the top of the valley in a blink of an eye. At this moment, King Shenmu and others also arrived. Seeing Jian Wushuang and others fleeing, the Shenmu king was not surprised, but said calmly, "Where are we going to escape?" Jian Wushuang also saw the Shenmu king and the others. To provide you with the fastest update of Wan Dao Jianzun, which costs money to kill the master, so that you can check the fastest update of this book next time, please be sure to save the bookmark. Chapter 58, 91 Torn Face, is free to read. Chapter 58, 92, The 9 Great Elders, each with 2 million supernatural powers. The 18 core elders have supernatural powers around 8 million. Not to mention King Shenmu, just these people besieged them, and they all had enough to drink a pot. Now, it's really over. If he knew it, he would not run away, and would fight directly with the Lord of Hengmu. He still thinks everything is too simple. I feel that no matter how bad the Lord of Hengmu is, he will be able to bring them into Wanlu Shenmu. At that time, no matter what calculations you have, you will be able to escape. But who could have imagined that the plan that had been talked for so long became a joke in the end? The Lord of Eternal would want to take them into Wanlu at all. In other words, Wanlu may really not be able to enter. It's just a cover for the Lord of Hengmu to come here to revive carving. All of them were fooled. Shenmu King, the Lord of Hengmu, is below. He is almost entering Wanlu Shenmu. Why don't you stop him? Jian Wushuang still wanted to borrow the plan of the Lord of Hengmu to fool some Shenmu kings. Since the Shenmu king had grievances with the Lord of Hengmu, he must be aware of the fact that the Lord of Hengmu had entered Wanlu. Just let them fight first. But he just said it, but it caused Shenmu Wang to ridicule, looked at him like a fool. This is the first time that the old man has heard such a ridiculous thing for thousands of years. King Shenmu turned his head and motioned to the few elders behind him to go down and take a look, then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Don't use these things to deceive a 3-year-old child. Simple, you have the complete innate life force. How can you be so innocent and cooperate with the waste of Hengmu? Why not come to the old man? Looking for you." Jian Wushuang secretly said in his heart, "Looking for you doesn't die faster." I want to roll my eyes, but dare not. The other party broke his plan at once. Just as Shenmu Wang said, no one knows Wanlu Shenmu better than him. How could it be as simple as Hengmu said? Just go in. What does this take Wanlu? King Shenmu has been in Wanlu for so many years. I'm afraid he has already talked about it all over the periphery. I'm afraid this place has long been known. If you really want to enter from here, he probably entered long ago. Need innate life force. The big deal is blood sacrifice. Although a huge number is required, the Gumu school controls so many wild worlds. Cobble together, and you can get it together. Why didn't you do this? Jian Wushuang hated his own stupidity secretly. Before he entered, he should have thought of it. At that time, if he went to escape, there might be hope. Now, difficult. Jian Wushuang, there are 2 paths before you now. First, follow me back to the Gumu sect. I can let you be the head of the Gumu sect and be on an equal footing with the old man. 2, take down the Lord of Hengmu and help me recover a treasure. I will bring you into Wanlu. There is only one chance. You have to think clearly before answering. Shenmu Wang transmitted sound to him. It means that these 2 things do not want outsiders to know. And these 2 choices are to take refuge in the Shenmu King. Doesn't that mean there is no choice? Jian Wushuang is a bit tangled. King Shenmu spoke again at this time and said loudly, "I can do the second without you, but it will waste some time, and you just waste some continuous vitality. I suggest you choose the latter, and I can make an oath to keep you safe, and you can walk sideways in Gumu continent. Guoth. This time Jian Wushuang was tempted. You can enter Wanlu Shenmu by wasting some life force. Isn't this the same as Hengma's previous plan? It's just some life force, which is nothing to him. It can also guarantee his safety. This condition, it sounds, is much stronger than Hengma's. And the words of King Shenmu are also convincing. Just as he was about to agree, an astonishing breath exploded in the valley below. Boom! After a loud noise, the several elders of the ancient Wood faction who had entered the valley earlier fled back in embarrassment. Following that, there was a terrifying wild beast. Zuyehue, Jian Wushuang, and Shenmu Wang said each other's name in unison. This is the statue that has just been resurrected by the Lord of Eternal Wood. King Shenmu turned his head and glanced at Jian Wushuang, and hurriedly asked, "How much life force have you injected into the altar?" This question stopped him. For a time, it can't be counted how many, can only vaguely say. It can almost revive a dying 8 tribulations realm. You are so courageous. Don't you see the weirdness of this place? Shenmu Wang exclaimed Jian Wushuang's courage. He had discovered this place long ago. It was formed after the Lord of Hengmu left the 10,000 Willow Divine realm. These statues were originally living creatures, and it is the life in the sacred tree of Wanlu. It was brought out by the Lord of Hengmu. After being brought out, the Lord of Eternal would use the altar to absorb all the vitality of these wild beasts into his body. These powerful beasts turned into statues. The plan of the Lord of Hengmu is not to enter the Wanlu Shenmu at all, but to revive these statues and seek revenge from the Shenmu king. King Shenmu was afraid of this, and immediately asked directly, "Will the right eye and the monk also recover? Is this enough?" Jian Wushuang thought for a moment. There is a sculpture on the left and right sides of the altar. On the altar, there is also a wooden monk with an open breast. These two people didn't move at all. Looking at the expression of Shenmu Wang, it is obvious that he is very jealous of these statues. Fortunately, it's just a left night ash, and the old man can deal with it. If you Yebai and the old monk both recover, then you will cause a catastrophe. It seems that your vitality is indeed extraordinary. In such a short period of time, able to revive Zuyehue. Shenmu King's complexion recovered for a while, not forgetting to brag about Jian Wushuang's vitality. Zuyehue rose into the sky. After floating in the air, it turned into a human form, dressed in gray, with a face like lime. His eyes rolled, finally leaking a trace of white eyeballs, staring at the crowd for a circle. His eyes on Shenmu the king stopped. "These years, are you peeping at me and waiting?" King Shenmu nodded and said calmly, "Yes, you guys drawn out of the willows, of course, you have to be optimistic, otherwise I will cause some trouble for you, and I won't end up. Do you think it can end now?" Zhuyehui's figure was shaken, and he instantly arrived in front of King Shenmu. "I'm half talking, and am ready to do it." No wonder King Shenmu told them to step back first. The fight between the two was fierce. Fortunately, this place is God's domain. Otherwise, this place can be completely destroyed in one blow. But even so, half of the valley was ruined. Chapter 5893. Zuyehue, I know you. When he escaped with Hengmu, he had calculated you like this. So why bother to help him? Shenmu King has been suppressing his divine power, and now he is equal to Zuyehue. I want to persuade each other. Zuyehue was like a puppet, silent, just attacking. King Shenmu also found the strangeness, as if he had come to understand it. It seems that you have been controlled by this guy Hengmu, so there is no need to talk nonsense with you. Shenmu King suddenly broke out, smashing Zuyehue into the valley with a punch. Divine power also began to explode at this moment. That powerful force shook God's domain. King Shenmu clenched his fists with both hands and yelled. His divine power directly reached a terrifying figure. The old man has endured for so many years. I don't know if you can carry it next. King Shenmu looked down at the valley below. His figure disappeared in a flash. Then, violent fluctuations erupted in the valley below. Jian Wushuang stood in the air and looked shocked. Just after the eruption of the Shenmu King, the divine power at that moment, he felt that it was comparable to Qi Jiuxiao. Too strong. It is definitely the peak combat power of the Eight Tribulations realm. So Yehui's strength is also good. After transforming his body, he was able to compete against the Shenmu King. However, it has been underwind, and the death fight is definitely not the opponent of Shenmu King. But it is impossible for the battle to be resolved quickly. This also made him think, should he take the opportunity to escape? Turned his head and glanced around. 27 in the Seven Tribulations realm. There are 9 divine powers, over 2 million. These people surrounded him, obviously on guard. If he dares to flee now, even if these people can't stop him, Shenmu King will probably come as soon as possible. At that time, it will not be the same as it is now. I'm afraid he will be banned. He can't gamble anymore. Perhaps now is not the time. There will be more strong people coming. The more people there are, the greater his chances. After transmitting the sound to Brew and Dan Bao next to them, after reassuring them, they waited quietly for the next change of things. The battle in the valley continued, but he hasn't seen the shadow of the Lord of Hengmu for a long time. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed, thinking of the altar. Although the life force of the Lord of Eternal Wood is very small, but it also has almost infinite vitality. As long as there is enough time, it is enough to revive the white right eye and the old monk in the mouth of King Shenmu. If these two recover, I am afraid that Shenmu King will not be an opponent. Do you want to remind me? He was a little tangled in his heart. If reminded, King Shenmu goes to the trouble of the Lord of Hengmu, and then the Lord of Hengmu is violently killed. He chose the conditions offered by King Shenmu. If not reminded, after waiting for the other two to recover, Shenmu King lost. He took the opportunity to escape. It is also a way. He was afraid of letting out more horror. Guyu time and space will really change, but it's fine if the weather changes. The big deal, he patted his and left. Go to other time and space, or go directly to Qi Temple. With such a long journey, he still has a long time to practice. Simply ignore things here. No matter how much love is, let it be noisy. Isn't there another Gu Yuejiao carrying it? Ancient Moon God Sect. 9-star sect. That was the master of the universe with the 8 tribulations realm. And he is the master of the universe at the pinnacle of the 8 tribulations realm. With the original universe coming directly, suppressing these things is not a problem. But then I thought about it. I am afraid that all news from the outside world has been blocked now. Gu Mu sect definitely does not want outsiders to know his existence. Otherwise, all the powerhouses from the 9 heavens and 10 earth rush in. At that time, the advantage will not lie in the Gu Mu faction. Valley now, I close the door and endure even if I get beaten. Emperor Bobby, why don't you come? Jian Wushuang frowned. He now hopes that Emperor Bobby will come. The messier the better. The power of life is also needed for Bobby D to create the path to resurrection. There is endless vitality in the Wanlu Shenmu. In the valley, King Shenmu broke out completely, directly pressing Zhou Yehui and violently hitting him. Divine power is constantly soaring. Zhou Yehui has reached the limit, the top combat power of the 8 tribulations realm. There are 8 million divine powers, but he was still beaten up by King Shenmu. Fortunately, the divine body is strong enough to resist it. In the mountains, In front of the altar, the Lord of Eternal Wood ignored the fighting outside and was still pouring life force into the altar. Wu Li stood beside him. Wu Li stared at the wooden monk above the altar with dull eyes. The eyes had been demented. The Lord of Hengmu didn't have time to talk to Wu Li. In his opinion, Wu Li's value has been used up. This is the end of a mentoring and apprenticeship. If he succeeds in revenge in the future, he kills the Shenmu king to take back the treasure. Go to the top again. Then give Wu Li some benefits. It's just that I don't have time to think about this now. The statue on the right side of the altar began to tremble. Lord Hengmu excitedly said, "Right eye is white, revive. The left knight is gray, and the right eye is white. These two wars will once recover. It has been able to be equal to the Shenmu king. Then he can revive the wooden monk with all his heart. Once the monk recovers, he can win. Now I can only say that I won half of it. After the white statue of the right, I trembled like Zhuo Yehui began to drop stone shells, eventually leaked out of the body. Quickly, go out to help Zhuo Yehui and withstand the Shenmu king." The Lord of Hengmu directly ordered. There was no hesitation in the white of his right eye. His voice was like a puppet. He answered, and his figure flashed out of the mountain. Boom! He directly smashed the wall and rushed out of the mountain. This shocked the Lord of Hengmu. As soon as he looked up, he saw the figure of King Shenmu, but he was stopped by the white of his right eye. The two battles of Yehui on the left and white on the right will be at the same time against the god of war Wood King. King Shenmu completely stopped. King Shenmu also found the altar and the Lord of Hengmu. He thought the Lord of Hengmu had escaped long ago, but he didn't expect to be still here. My heart suddenly panicked. You also control the innate life force. Shenmu Wang couldn't believe it. He obviously got the most core treasure. Why is he not mastering the power of innate life? The Lord of Hengmu sneered, turned his head, and prepared to continue to inject life force. But because of this gap, he noticed Wu Li's eyes. Following that direction, he raised his head and looked at the top of the altar. It's okay not to look at it. This look shocked him. There was no wooden monk above the altar at this time, but a true monk was lying on his stomach, an old monk in rags and dirty clothes. Originally, the old monk just stared at Wu Li. When he found the Lord of Hengmu looked at him, he turned his gaze back to look at Hengmu. "Little guy, isn't it surprising?" The old monk jumped directly from above and stood in front of the Lord Hengmu. He digs out his ears with his dirty paws, but he punches him with a smile on his face. Directly blast the Lord of Hengmu out of the mountain. Then he walked towards Wu Li carelessly. Chapter 5894. Wu Li also returned to reality from dementia at this time, but he was even more demented now, standing still, not daring to move. The old monk is moody, but his combat power is extremely terrifying. Coming to Wu Li's side, his dirty arms hugged Wu Li's neck directly, and then he said, "Little guy, oh no, you are also an old guy. I think you have a very unique bone, which fits Lao Tzu's eyes. Do you want to follow me in the future?" "You are right." Wu Li didn't dare to breathe, so he nodded frantically. "Think that what the old monk said is right. Don't be afraid. Your bones won't come out for 10,000 years, but I sincerely treat you as a son. Don't let me down." The old monk dragged Wu Li out of the mountain. Lord Hengmu also got up at this time, his eyes full of shock. "How is this possible? I have already controlled him clearly, so how can I still attack me?" He couldn't figure it out. After he brought these guys out of the willows, he used the altar to turn them all into statues, and then they were enslaved by secret methods. Save it later when you need it, and then recover. Why is it recovering now? Everyone else is fine, and the old monk is out of control, and also attacked him. Seeing the other party still carrying Wu Li, he instantly understood. And during the recovery, there is no use for any movement. It seems that something went wrong with the secret method. Thinking of this, he regretted the original choice. All this is because of Wu Li. He shouldn't be selected from Wanlu when he initially selected the target for training. As a result, now because Wu Li is alone, he loses all the games. Hengmu, you brought up my cheap son very well, so I decided to let you die later. The old monk was still mad, but Wu Li found the point from this sentence. Son, who is your son? But he didn't dare to say it, just complained in his heart. Then he thought about him in detail. Born in a mundane family, my father was a carpenter, and his ancestors had never been a monk for 3 generations. No matter how you plan, I feel that the other party is talking nonsense. But the old monk didn't care. He turned his head to look at Wu Li and said, Are you not convinced? Wu Li nodded and shook his head again. If he really gave him an invincible father, he should be happy. Thinking of this, he directly called Dad. My father is here. Please be respected by the children. The old monk was extremely happy when he heard these words and slapped Wu Li's head with a slap. Wu Li, the master of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm, could bear this, and his figure fell below in a flash. At the same time, he was cursing secretly from the bottom of my heart, this Lao Tzu may not be a good person. Upon seeing this, the old monk took out his crotch and said with a hippie smile, I'm sorry, I just recovered. I don't have enough strength. After talking about the figure, he followed and picked up Wu Li from scratch. Looking at Wu Li, who was half dead, the old monk scratched his crotch again, and in a blink of an eye, he rubbed a black ball. Wu Li half opened his eyes, seeing this scene with all his desire to die, hastily prevented the old monk from doing anything. But his strength is not as strong as that of the old monk, so I can only shut up and don't eat. Observe, otherwise the old man will lose his temper. The old monk glared, almost scared Wu Li to death, and finally opened his mouth reluctantly. Seeing this, the old monk said, That's right. From now on, I will be your father. If anyone bullies you, you will report my name. Wu Li didn't know whether he was answering the old monk or swallowing the black ball himself. There was something stuck in the throat. Speaking is a bit uncomfortable. However, after that thing turned into a docile force and entered his source, his expression was suddenly overjoyed. A force from the supreme rule began to condense in his origin. This scene also happened in Vietnam. The Wu family of Yu State was only in the middle. The original universe of Wu Li is here. It's just in the air, corresponding to the ground. In his original universe, he began to converge. This is the 6th calamity. Because of a black ball, he actually started to cross the catastrophe. Just a black ball can make him overcome the catastrophe instantly. At this moment, he wanted to eat another black ball. Although it was rubbed from the crotch of the old monk, he wanted to eat it. This 6th calamity is so easy, and it was very easy, whether it is the supreme tribulation or the amount of tribulation on the body. Wu Li, who had $1 million power, took it down easily. Some are lucky, some are unlucky, such as the Lord of Constant Wood, although he controls the 2 beasts of the left Yahweh, and the right eye white. It is a pity that the old monk has not been completely taken down, which is still a disadvantage for him. Shinmu King is entangled with the 2 war beasts. The Lord of Hengmu can only face the old monk alone. The battle in the valley slowed down after the old monk appeared. Shinmu King's complexion was a bit embarrassing. He was still able to deal with the 2 war beasts, but after the old monk came out, the situation was a bit difficult to control. Yeah, why didn't you fight? The old monk sat casually on a pile of rocks, and Wu Li stood behind him honestly. Jian Wushuang in the sky, can see clearly. He never expected that Wu Li's identity was so complicated. From an abandoned son, he instantly became a key figure in control of the situation. Sometimes luck is so wonderful. Change again and again. After the two war beasts received the order of the Lord of Constant Wood, they stopped and turned into human forms one after another, standing behind the Lord of Constant Wood. "You old thing, I shouldn't get you out of the rescue." The Lord of Hengmu was furious, regretting that he shouldn't have taken the old monk away from the willows, and shouldn't use Wu Li as a pawn. Because of the treasure brought by the Lord of Hengmu, Shenmu King, coupled with these years of investigation, also has a general understanding of this matter. Originally thought that the old monk was with the Lord of Hengmu. Now it seems that the old monk is not under Hengmu's control at all. This is to his advantage. It's better than letting the Lord of Hengmu be big alone. Especially when you see that two people are still wrong, this is even better. The outside air is good. I finally let Lao Tzu escape from it, and no one will want to sway me in the future. The old monk slowly stood up. His breath exploded. That powerful divine power vaguely surpassed the Shenmu King. The people in the air were also taken aback, especially Bulu and Danbao. The two of them don't know much about the outside world. Unexpectedly, just after following Jian Wushuang to leave the infinite world, he would encounter a strong man who was 100 times stronger than Gula. For a time, a little confused, Jian Wushuang is the same. Chapter 58, 95. He just wanted to enter Wanlu to attack the Tribulation Realm. Now that he became the Lord of the Universe, he actually didn't yearn for Wanlu Shenmu that much, mainly because of Jiang Shang. "I want to see what secrets are contained in Wanlu." Good now. The Lord of Eternal would turn his face and was not ready to enter Wanlu again. Instead, Shenmu Wang pointed out a way for him. He was a little tempted at first, but according to the current development, he no longer wants to enter Wanlu. Not to mention the two big beasts around the Lord of Hengmu. Just say that old monk, that is, Wu Li's own father. Divine power is a bit stronger than the peak Shenmu King. He really didn't have the confidence to compete with these old guys. At least not confident now. Just wait for him to go further. Maybe it's still possible. Now, let's see what these big guys are going to do. Anyway, he cannot reverse the current situation. As the ruler of the ancient Wood continent, Shenmu King has the aura of an innate king, no matter how powerful the old monk is or how perverse his personality is. After seeing the current situation clearly, he took the initiative to stand up. "Everyone, since you said that you escaped from Wanlu, you wouldn't have any interest in Wanlu anymore. Why don't you be happy if I send you away to see the scenery of 9 heavens and 10 places?" He spoke to the old monk and the two great beasts. It did not enclose the Lord of Eternal Wood. The Lord of Eternal Wood must stay. This is his bottom line. Except for the two big beasts to block, the old monk should not interfere. Sure enough, it was the same as he thought. The old monk laughed and said, "Hey, you little baby speaks nicely. I like and agree with it. I won't go in again, in that ghost place in Wanlu." The 3 words of this little doll are particularly harsh. Shenmu Wang was very upset. He was the first generation of the 8 tribulations realm of Guyu time and space, and even the first generation of Pope of Guyu God sect was not qualified to call him that way. If it were not for the overall situation, he would have to blow the old monk's front teeth. I don't really think that he has this strength. He does now have the peak combat power of the year, but the peak of the year is better than his current peak, who doesn't have a whole card yet. Knowing the character of the other party, King Shenmu simply tolerated it, and there are things that are useful to each other. Since this fellow Taoist thinks so too, it's better if we join hands. I will kill Hengmu, and I will be able to free the other two fellow Taoists too. After Shenmu Wang finished speaking, he looked at Zhu Yehue with the white of the right eye. These two big beasts are troublesome. You can't beat you to death. If the Lord of Hengmu relied on the two war beasts to escape, it would be difficult for him to chase. The old monk nodded again, and then agreed. What you said is right. What you said is all right. That's it. The Lord of Hengmu laughed. He knows the old monk best. The more you say this, the less likely it is to cooperate. King Shenmu, what you think is really simple. Do you know the true identity of this old monk? The Lord of Hengmu couldn't help but mocked. He is the protector of the Taoist, the protector of the life force. I am not wrong. If you do, you should have tied Jian Wushuang. Do you think this old guy will cooperate with you? The Lord of Hengmu clutched his stomach and laughed out loud when he said that. I think Shenmu Wang is silly and naive. Jian Wushuang in the sky looked overjoyed when he heard this. Originally thought it was Wu Li's luck to pick up a relative. Unexpectedly, his luck was better, and he picked up a guardian for nothing. This luck finally made him run into it once. He had witnessed the strength of the old monk with his own eyes. Definitely the peak powerhouse of the 8 tribulations realm. With this person protecting him, he can walk sideways throughout Guyu time and space. It doesn't matter if Wan Lu doesn't go. Going directly back to the mansion, returning to the Qi temple, and cleaning up the extinction are all blowing the mouth. No matter how much the backhand of extinction is, no matter how strong it is. In front of the 8 tribulations realm peak powerhouse, what can be considered? Wu Li, who was behind the old monk, was also stunned when he heard the truth, and then looked at Jian Wushuang in the air. He originally thought he was hugging his thigh, but he didn't expect that this thigh was Jian Wushuang's protector, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. But it's good to be alive. Moreover, he is now the master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm, and he is already very satisfied. He didn't have any interest in Wan Lu either. For a time, only the Shenmu king was still entangled with Wan Lu and the treasure in the main body of eternal wood. This is nothing. The point is that now even Jian Wushuang can't handle it anymore. The old monk slowly lifted into the sky, pointing to the Lord of Hengmu, and said, "You kid, what you said is right." Immediately, he came to Jian Wushuang's side, raised his hand, and waved one person to shake back the 9 great elders of the ancient wood school and the 18 core elders. The terrifying power completely separated them from Jian Wushuang and others. At this moment, the old monk's complexion became serious, his aura was calm, and he stepped out of the air and walked towards Jian Wushuang. Dan Bao behind Jian Wushuang was a little scared, and Bulu stood directly in front of Dan Bao. It is difficult for the two of them to understand what these people are saying. I just felt that the old monk's breath and threatened them. So I was a little panicked. At this time, Jian Wushuang blew his face and couldn't help but cheat. He found that Bulu and Dan Bao were a little flustered, and he quickly reached out to comfort him. "Don't be afraid, Okanshu. Calm is all his own, and we have a backing. Up." After speaking, he took the initiative to walk towards the old monk. Although he knew that the other party was his guardian, he still had to respect the strong. Although the Lord of Constant Wood in the valley was unhappy, this was a fact, and he could only accept it. I thought that if I had mastered the old monk, there would be nothing to do, but in the end, he got Jian Wushuang a guardian for nothing and lifted a rock to hit him in the foot. He also has innate vitality, so no old monk would be his protector. Thinking of leaving Wan Lu, the other side looked down upon him in every possible way. Later, the old monk, the 2 war beasts, and the strong among the thousands of willows will be trapped here. Then he used the secret method of soul enslavement. Control these people. I want them to be their guardians. Now, the plan is half successful. Only the old monk is out of control, and the rest have no problems. It can be regarded as a receipt. Shenmu Wang was embarrassed here. Without Jian Wushuang, there is little hope of entering Wanlu, the incomplete treasure that can only be placed on the Lord of Eternal Wood has once again increased his combat power. But this also made him lose the opportunity to climb the sky one step at a time. Otherwise, he spent so much effort planning what Wanlu would do. Treasures and opportunities in Wanlu, far from outsiders, know what it is. King Shenmu also learned something from the treasures of Lord Hengmu. There is a way in Wanlu Shenmu. That road is the road to becoming a god. That is who transcends the tribulation realm and is not controlled by the supreme rules, is the true of time and space, more powerful than the 9 tribulations realm, since then escaped from time and space. Above all things, such a pity. Chapter 58, 96. Shenmu King looked at Jian Wushuang and the old monk who were about to cross in the sky, muttering to himself, "Maybe this is fate." Jian Wushuang's strength is obvious to all. Also mastered the innate vitality. Having such an opportunity must be the blessing of the supreme rule. With this kind of chance against the sky, how can there be no protector? Everyone's eyes are full of envy and jealousy. Looked at the 2 intertwined people in the sky. The corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth were almost crooked, and he stretched out his hands and walked towards the old monk. The old monk also stretched out his hands and walked towards him grinning. But when the 2 were about to meet, Jian Wushuang was stunned. The old monk and his subtle gesture bypassed him and walked towards Dan Bao and Bulu. This scene surprised everyone. Thought the old monk was joking. How could he bypass Jian Wushuang and head towards Dan Bao, a descendant of the dragon god? How could it be related to the protector of the life force? Bulu was also very nervous, but he could see from the old monk's eyes that the other party was not malicious, so he slowly moved away. Dan Bao looked at the old monk with simple eyes, not knowing what to say. Old. The old monk stood in front of Dan Bao, first wiped his dirty paws, and then held Dan Bao's hands. Just when he wanted to speak, the old words were hung. But when he thought of someone's explanation, he immediately changed his words. "Old monk, commoner monk, I have seen the little master." Such a polite name shocked everyone. Is this still the great monk who just behaved like a fool? Everyone's eyes focused on Dan Bao. I had forgotten Jian Wushuang long ago. Poor Jian Wushuang stood in the air, extremely embarrassed, wishing to rush down to find a place to get in. No matter what is good, we have to pass him by. At this time, Wu Li also rose into the sky and came to the opposite of Jian Wushuang. After finally seeing an acquaintance, I want to step forward to ease the embarrassment. Whoever came to think, Wu Li grinned and walked around Dan Bao. Oh, this thing is making trouble. It turns out that everyone is their own Dan Bao little brother. Wu Li wanted to step forward, as he said. But before he reached Dan Bao's side, he was slapped out by the old monk. Fortunately, after controlling his strength, Wu Li only swelled up half of his face and was not injured. If the old monk really wants to do it, this slap can kill the 7 tribulations realm. After Wu Li was photographed flying, she dared not step forward, covering her face a little aggrieved. "Humph, I can't get on the tabletop stuff." Jian Wushuang snorted coldly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he relaxed, turned around, looked at Dan Bao, and cast a look at Bulu. Tell the other party that everything is fine. Although Dan Bao was a little at a loss here, some of the follow-up old monk's voice transmission made Dan Bao understand. After nodding in a daze, Dan Bao respectfully saluted the old monk. The old monk hurriedly bowed and said, "You can't do it. The old monk can't receive gifts." Seeing the other person embarrassed, Dan Bao had to get up. "Master, just call me Dan Bao in the future, and let me introduce to you. This is my perfect warrior of the Balunga tribe, Bulu, and my benefactor, Jian Wushuang." Dan Bao pointed to Bulu, looked at Jian Wushuang again. The old monk first smiled at Bulu, then looked at Jian Wushuang, but there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Jian Wushuang, who originally wanted to stay ahead, could only stay in place. "It is Dan Bao's blessing that Dan Bao can meet you." Jian Wushuang arched his hands in a polite voice. "But the bottom of my heart is extremely uncomfortable. How could he be Dan Bao's protector? He has the purest life force. Why is it someone else, not him?" Just when he was puzzled, the old monk said in a cold voice, "Jian Wushuang, are you wondering now why you have the purest innate power, but you have lost to others?" This, Jian Wushuang was asked this time, blocking the face of so many people, so he won't even hit him in the face, right? If you say no, no one will believe it. The point is that he was really puzzled just now. Say yes, wouldn't it be impossible to lose? Dan Bao also felt that what the old monk said was a bit aggressive, and hurriedly pulled the corners of the old monk's clothes. When the old monk looked at Dan Bao, his complexion eased, and he comforted, "Don't worry, the little master. He is the benefactor of the little master, just like the benefactor of the old monk. I will not be embarrassed, but his doubts will not be relieved, but instead it will be against him." Jian Wushuang coughed dryly. Since the other party had said so, he could only admit it. "It's not a shame. Gentlemen, magnanimous. Just say it if you have it. Old predecessors, I do have some doubts here. I know that Dan Bao has the natural power of all things, which can also be transformed into the power of life, but compared with me, there is a big gap. You are the protector of the power of life. Why did you choose Dan Bao?" As soon as this sentence came out, the rest of the people also rose into the sky. "I want to hear what's going on." The complexion of Lord Constant Wood was a bit embarrassing. Okanshu, come, he did not expect that the old monk would become Dan Bao's protector. At the same time, there was a guess in my heart. It's just this guess. He doesn't want to admit it. It's okay for King Shenmu to arrive, as long as he is not Jian Wushuang's guardian. Then he still has the possibility of entering Wanlu. This is in his favor. And he was also curious. Why didn't he choose the better Jian Wushuang? Instead, he chose a little man who didn't see the bricks. An ordinary robbery. It is magical to have control over all innate things and transform them into life force. But compared with Jian Wushuang's innate life force, it was still much worse. The old monk saw that the people were also gathered, so he opened the chinchilla too. "If you think so, it's actually quite right. After all, in this world, only the strong can dominate everything, but this is your idea, not the highest rule algorithm." This sentence shocked everyone. Thoughts of the strong, master of the strong. Isn't it right? Under the supreme rule, don't the strong survive? Seeing the doubts on the faces of the people, the old monk said again, "I used to feel the same way as you did. The weak are regarded as ants, and the strong are the inductors of heaven and earth. But I later encountered an extraordinary existence. He can control the supreme rules. He is the true God. He has taught me the views and also allowed me to see the nature of the world clearly." Nature. Everyone took a deep breath again. You all know the tribulation of the supreme rule, but who knows that there is no difference between the tribulation of the weak and the strong? This is the fairness of the supreme rule. In the eyes of the supreme rule, there is no predation of the weak, and that set is just for mortals. What an evil excuse. This time, everyone's eyes were round. Chapter 5897, Mortal Excuses. The weak and the strong do not exist. This really shocked them all. Jian Wushuang, Ask yourself, if you have the power of life, can you do good things and do good deeds? This sentence made Jian Wushuang sober. I see. He has mastered the power of life, only thinking about making himself stronger, and has never cared about the life and death of the weak. In other words, he has mastered the power of life, which is a waste. It's just because of his own strength that he can't get into the eyes of the gods after all. I didn't. He felt a little lost suddenly, and slowly shook his head. The old monk's expression moved, and he said calmly, "That's right. I don't see hope in you. In my fate, there is only Dan Bao. This is why you lost. Your vitality does not come from the gift of the gods, is nothing more than the power stolen. In short, you are not worthy to master the power of life." Yes. Jian Wushuang sighed, secretly in his heart. He really doesn't deserve to master the power of life. When he first grasped the power of life, he would restrain himself from killing less. But it was later discovered that it couldn't be changed at all. And he never regarded the power of life as the end. He still wanted to swallow the power of death, to fuse the power of reincarnation. The old monk, if he is chosen, he will be blind. After some explanation, everyone understood. King Shimu was also stunned. The ideal in my heart suddenly collapsed. He wanted to become a god, but found that he couldn't even cross the threshold. But now it is too late to change. Shinmu King was still a little unwilling. The Lord of Hengmu is okay. He has never thought about this, just wants to refine that treasure to a complete one, and it is enough to become the 9 tribulations realm. God, he hadn't thought about it. Jian Wushuang is the same. Never thought about it. Although a little disappointed, he was scolded. But thinking about it, there is no reason to refute it. Dan Bao also looked up at Jian Wushuang in a daze. He always believed that Jian Wushuang was a good person. Not because of the words of the old monk, Jian Wushuang had any change. His life was saved by Jian Wushuang and Wu Li. Before the elder was dying, he and Blue were also confessed to Jian Wushuang. Seeing Jian Wushuang being slapped, he was a little bit disappointed and came forward to comfort him. "I'm fine, but I want to congratulate you. With such a senior protector, the great elder is in the spirit of the sky. If you know, you will be very happy. Don't let the great elder disappointed." Jian Wushuang touched Dan Bao's head. Sincere blessings. They thought that this was the end of the matter, and they could be regarded as hearing the big picture from the gods. But who came up with it? A staggering laugh drew everyone's attention to the top, under the shining of the sun. A strangely dressed young man with white hair standing tall in the uppermost sky slowly descended. There is no meaning in the body. If the people present hadn't heard the laughter, they hadn't noticed anyone coming. Now on the field, there are 2 big 8 tribulation realm peak powerhouses. Even if the master of the 8 tribulations realm came, they would be able to discover it. But he didn't find the person in front of him. Facing the sun, fell into the center of the crowd. Everyone was taken aback. Jian Wushuang even dropped his chin in shock. The person who came was no one else but Wes in the Tower of 9 Tribulations, or from his original universe. "How did you come out?" Jian Wushuang's eyes widened and pointed at Weiss. He originally thought that Wes could only be inside him. "I didn't expect to be able to come out." After seeing Jian Wushuang, Wes covered his mouth and found the familiar laughter. Everyone was a little puzzled. Only Jian Wushuang knew the identity of Weiss. The old monk stared at the outfit on Weiss, and there was no aura in Wes. His complexion suddenly changed. This is the same as any true he encountered back then, without breath. It's just that the person he met was a fat man. The person in front of him is tall and straight, neither fat nor thin. "Of course I can come out, seeing what you have said so much. If I don't come out again, I will be suffocated to death." Weiss said indifferently. After Jian Wushuang saw Weiss, he also reacted. The other person is also a god. Was able to see him. Wouldn't he still save it? They are not mortals abandoned by the supreme rule. Weiss seemed to be able to see his thoughts, glanced at the people, then looked at the old monk, and said in a bad tone, "Did a fat blue man tell you the rhetoric you just made?" This sentence shocked the old monk. Fat blue man. That's God. I was told by such a senior. Do you know him? The old monk couldn't believe it. You can still meet God. And it looks like who knows him a little bit back then. After hearing this, Weiss nodded and said, "That's right. It should be the realm king of your northern space-time, so he will be so boring to pay attention to mortals." The king of the north. What it is. Jian Wushuang was also puzzled, and I heard Beishikong. Could it be that the starry sky is also divided into north and east? He thought that this is the long river of time and space. It diverged a lot. It seemed that what he saw was not true. Wes looked at Jian Wushuang at this time and said in a serious tone, "I didn't want to come out, but the old monk's words are indeed too one-sided. They conveyed our original meaning wrong. Now, I have to correct it." After speaking, he took out a very old book. "Now I represent. Well, I will represent some of your gods in north time and space. I can tell you clearly that the road to godhood is not single. There is of life in life, and of death in death. The of all things, his position is limited, and there are many ways to succeed. For the of life, the power of the weak is definitely not feasible, but for the of death, it is different. Of course, it is not for you to kill the right way. Everything there is the law of causation, faith in fate or fate, the place of God, is wherever you are. If you want to succeed, you need a price and opportunity." Weiss said a whole series directly. Everyone was stunned. In short, it is to refute those words of the old monk just now. Of course, there are also correct ones. For example, the of life really needs great love. There is no way to refute this. As Weiss said, life has a of life. Then death also has the of death. God's standard is not single. This is the one thing Jian Wushuang heard best for him. The bottom of my heart is also very happy. At least the road above is not blocked. Until now, he could be regarded as prying into a corner of this world. The endless starry sky and the long river of time and space surrounding the starry sky. Where is the mysterious and unspeakable God? Where are you now? How far is the future? That Teacher Xuani said. But along the way, what he learned from Teacher Xian is called persistence. Chapter 5898. His own way is not because of other people, but for yourself. Maybe he is really going to the end. The after the robbery is his direction. Well, I have finished talking. You can continue to fight. After Wes finished speaking, his figure turned into a rainbow, assimilated with the space, completely disappeared. Standing in front of them, they couldn't feel the breath of Weiss, let alone after leaving. No one knows where Weiss is gone, but they knew that Jian Wushuang and Weiss knew each other. "Friend Wushuang, do you know such a great God?" Shenmu Wang now believes that Jian Wushuang's background is not simple. Although the old monk was a bit stiff, he was stunned by Weiss this time, but he also recognized Jian Wushuang. Weiss was right. The information he received was relatively single. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, then looked at the crowd, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Don't be nervous, he won't come out again. He just met by chance." He didn't shamelessly go to novice to scare them. When Wes left, he said it. "Feel free to shoot. People here, when they die, he won't care." Just corrected those words of the old monk. At the same time, the title of Realm King was also mentioned. This was the first time Jian Wushuang heard it. The King Shenmu had known for a long time. The Lord of Eternal would also knows a little bit. They are the powerhouses, but now they are not ready to make another move. Instead, they discuss things about God. Everyone, I propose that we speak out all the things about God, exchange the information that each other knows, and then talk about the rest. King Shenmu took the lead. The old monk even agreed. Lord Hengmu hesitated and nodded in agreement. Then they looked at Jian Wushuang one after another. Jian Wushuang naturally had no reason to refuse. He also wanted to know the rumors about God. And he knows Weiss, this is the biggest bargaining chip. Lao Tzu first said, I did know the realm king among the large population just now. It was a matter among the willows. I was studying the rules of the 9 tribulations realm, and it attracted the attention of the realm king. The old monk said very delicately. Everyone listened intently. The old monk was originally an aboriginal powerhouse in the sacred tree of Wanlu, and he was a special life. There is no need to cross the robbery, so I can delve into the rules of the 9 tribulations realm and want to break through. But how easy it is. No breakthrough was found. He went crazy, slaughtering the common people in the 10,000 willow sacred tree, plundering all resources to strengthen himself. Want to break through all laws with one effort. This scene happened to be seen by Lord Jie Wang. So the lower bound reminded him he was also appointed as the protector of life. Bei Shikang contains 9 major time and space. The deity of life is missing. This position will appear in the future. It is the future at that time. It's now. Then there is the present thing. After the old monk finished speaking, it was the turn of the Lord Hengmu. He didn't know much about God, but the way to becoming is to know a little bit. The road to becoming a god. In the Wanlu Shenmu, however, the Lord of Hengmu was obviously not very concerned about this. Never thought of becoming a god. I just want the treasure that will be snatched by Shenmu King. This treasure is also related to the road to godhood. It was when he strayed down the road in Wanlu that he discovered this treasure. Later, he took advantage of this treasure to take the old monk, the 2 war beasts, and thousands of powerful men to leave Wanlu Shenmu. From the words of the Lord of Constant Wood, Jian Wushuang realized that the Lord of Hengmu was originally the indigenous powerhouse in Wanlu. It just used the name of a small trash fish from the outside world. At the beginning, there were many strong people who entered Wanlu divine realm. A master of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm followed the large forces into the 10,000 willows divine realm, then fell and disappeared. He was replaced by the current lord of Hengmu, Shenmu King, and the old monk have known about it for a long time. Jian Wushuang also had speculation before. It was when Wu Li was the last to react. Speaking of which, he is also an indigenous powerhouse in Wanlu Nei. It was the Lord of Hengmu who saw that he was a child, so he didn't stay. In the enchantment arranged by the old monk, after the Lord of Hengmu had finished speaking, they turned their heads to look at King Shenmu. As Guyu Time and Space, one of the oldest 8 tribulations realm powerhouse Shenmu King. The one who knows should be the most. Thanks Tusk, what the old man knows is actually similar to what Hengmu knows, but there are some rumors that you may not know. Shenmu King paused, and then said, the creator of Guyu Time and Space, you should know that she is the former goddess, the powerhouse of the 9 tribulations realm. If you say she is a god, I also believe it, but it should be a creation god. Yes, although I did not meet each other, but at the beginning, I entered the core of the origin of time and space together with the first pope and others of the ancient moon sect. In it, we saw the body of the goddess. She did not really fall, but her origin, as the origin of Guyu time and space, it belongs to fusion with this world. This matter, in fact, is something that everyone knows at the top. It satisfies the low-level little people like Jian Wushuang. From the first time he entered Guyu time and space, he met a goddess and blocked them. There is speculation that the other party may not have fallen. Even the 7 tribulations realm can plan things after death. Not to mention a great power in the 9 tribulations realm. There must be some ulterior secrets. What Shenmu Wang said was very casual. At the beginning, the goddess just told them that there was in the 9 tribulations. And God is not only divided into types, also divided into ranks. It's just this level. How to divide it, I don't know. After hearing the words of King Shenmu, they felt that King Shenmu was the same as what he hadn't said. Since it was a wave of information exchange before the war, it all depends on personal sincerity. It's hard for anyone to ask more. Maybe you will die afterwards. In the end, everyone's eyes converged on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang is making up stories in his heart. Seeing everyone looking at them, they coughed twice and said, "My story. I don't know much about it. You must know that I am not a local powerhouse in Guyu at time and space. I coming from the other side of the starry sky, somewhere closer to the land of the gods. By chance, I met..." Although his story is a bit outrageous, but everyone was stunned without doubt, still listening to it tastefully. Jian Wushuang himself admired his story ability. In short, he met Weiss because of his great achievements in the future, and Weiss is a little who invested in him in advance. I just ordered him a few times. Shenmu Wang listened intently and asked a little curiously, "Wushuang Daoist, I don't know this Master Weiss, has you ever said where is your path to becoming a god?" Chapter 58:99. This can't be said. He who should come will eventually come. Jian Wushuang pretended to be deep. Everyone nodded again and again. People present. The Lord of Eternal Wood is for treasures. Shenmu Wang is to become a god. The old monk is a protector of the Tao, and he walks for the sake of protecting the Tao. All have a clear purpose. Then Jian Wushuang had lost all his goals. I want to leave here now. Let them fight in a few ways. Dan Bao has a protector, and he doesn't need his protection anymore. Wu Li even found a relative. Although I don't know why this relative is a monk, he has a great backer after all. On the contrary, he didn't get anything this time. But the goal of coming to Wanlu, he completed ahead of schedule. It can be said to be the master of the universe in one fell swoop. This is also considered a prophet. The old monk saw that he had said everything that should be said, and waved his hand to remove the barrier. The elders of the ancient Wood School don't know anything, thought these big brothers were in peace talks. Whoever thinks, just as the barrier disappeared, the old monk fought against the lord of Hengmu. The Shenmu king next to him was frightened. The lord of Hengmu exploded one after another, but his divine power, even if it was restored to its peak, could not hold back the current old monk. "Humph, you should have been killed long ago." The old monk shouted angrily, standing upright. The light on his body enveloped the entire world. The left Yahweh and the white right I were right beside the Lord of Constant Wood, and quickly helped the Lord of Constant Wood resist the attack from the old monk. In order not to be affected, Jian Wushuang hurriedly backed away. Wu Li on the side was even quicker and backed with him. There are also Bru and Dan Bao. The Shenmu king, who had reacted, looked at Dan Bao, and then at the old monk. At the bottom of my heart, I don't know what I'm planning. The old monk unilaterally suppressed the 2 war beasts. The 2 war beasts simply couldn't hold it. The Lord of Hengmu was also a little panicked, and his heart was very confused. He didn't understand why the old monk hated him so much. The matter of enslavement is actually personal hatred. Now, the old monk is already a protector. There is no need to kill him. No, Lord Hengmu reacted at this moment. The mysterious treasure in Dan Bao's body resonated with his treasure. If a little guy can't find it, doesn't it mean that the old monk, the protector, doesn't know? Thinking of this, he figured it out and hurriedly shouted at King Shenmu, "King Shenmu, this great monk is for my treasure. If I die, you alone will never be an opponent." This sentence awakened the Shenmu king. He also went to open Wanlu for the treasures of Hengmu and walked the path of becoming a god. After reacting, a grin leaked out of his face, and he immediately rushed to Jian Wushuang and the others. The old monk stopped in an instant. His plan is still a bit sloppy. I thought that Hengmu could be solved quickly, but I still underestimated the two war beasts. Had to come back to protect Dan Bao. But at this moment, an afterimage dashed across the sky, and then a huge spaceship descended. It was still afterimages just now, and it became real in an instant. Below the universe, there is also a great behemoth standing. The ancient bells were accompanied by the roar of wild beasts and the deafening roar. When Shenmu King shot, he had not yet reached Jian Wushuang's front. The old monk was only one step short of being in front of them, which powerful beast with a sense of oppression hits in an instant. The red skin, the regular lines on the chest, and the terrifying breath of supernatural power. Just for an instant, he was in front of Jian Wushuang. King Shenmu was also stunned at this time, but how could the fist that went out be retracted? I just wanted to directly attack this mysterious powerhouse who broke in. Divine power also erupted in an instant. Originally, he didn't need such a powerful divine power to deal with Jian Wushuang and others. Facing the sudden mysterious powerhouse with one hand, there was a trace of anxiety in his heart. So directly used the peak power, but such a punch hit the face of the mysterious strong man, but the other party didn't move at all. King Shenmu was completely stunned. Roll! With an angry shout, the mysterious and powerful breath broke out, directly shaking the Shenmu king out of thousands of miles. Even the old monk who hurried over was shaken back. The bottom of my heart can't help but shock who came. From those exchanges just now, he has a rough idea of the current Guyue space-time pattern. Shenmu King is already the pinnacle powerhouse, the even more powerful masters of the Eight Tribulations realm universe. The master of the universe is the original universe, and the Eight Tribulations realm can carry the original universe with an additional dojo to fight. Divine power multiplied, but no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see that there was a dojo here. But the other party was able to scream out and shook him and Shenmu Wang back. Everyone was extremely shocked, especially Wu Li, who just joked how invincible his own father was. When I saw this scene, my face froze. The Lord of Hengmu, who was protected by the two great beasts, was staring at the spaceship above him. And he was familiar with this breath. And it's still an old acquaintance. But I didn't expect that this former deceased would have such a powerful helper. When he was outside the eternal realm, he obviously only felt the breath of the Eight Tribulations realm. How come it is so strong now? Obviously surpassed the divine power of the Eight Tribulations realm. You reading www.akanshu. Kambulu pulled Dan Bao, also extremely nervous. Too many things happened this day. The great elder has fallen. He and Dan Bao were forced into exile. I just had a protector. I thought it would be more peaceful in the future. But what followed was a more powerful threat. He is now a perfect dragon warrior. But facing that back figure, he still couldn't breathe. With a strong sense of oppression, let alone Bulu, Jian Wushuang couldn't help backing up. His complexion was even greener. That back, there are sharp, long thorns behind. He can't forget. It's over. This time it's a big game. I forgot the most difficult person for a while. He didn't need to look at the spaceship above. He knew that it was Emperor Bobby, because the Tao appeared here. Qi Juxiao. Death Giant Clan. Without any hesitation, he turned around and was about to use 3-shock universe to prepare to escape, but was blocked by another familiar figure. Soul Emperor. Seeing Jian Wushuang's horrified eyes, Soul Tiandi said with disdain, Jian Wushuang, I originally envied you, but why are you so ignorant and dare to betray Lord Bobby? As soon as he finished speaking, he fisted. Jian Wushuang directly performed the super-eternal transformation. His divine power directly exceeded 2 million. His hands were protected in front of his chest, and he resisted this punch. Boom! Hard resistance came down, and the divine body began to break. Fortunately, he doesn't need to conceal the power of life, and he can quickly recover as no one is left. Thanks, Tusk, the power of life is really amazing. After taking a punch, the Soul Tiandi didn't make another move, but retreated, reaching the edge of the cosmic arc, and bowed to look at the hatch. Chapter 5900. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. The other party is addicted to being a dog. But even for the worst, Bobby D will not move him either. But it's hard for others to say. Before Bobby Emperor came out, he wanted to transmit the sound to the old monk and the Shenmu King. But he hasn't waited for his voice transmission. The other party has found him. Cooperate. 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 The 3 parties reached an agreement in an instant. Then he looked at the Lord of Hengmu, nodded in the same way. He pulled Dan Bao and approached the old monk. The old monk is Dan Bao's guardian anyway, and he is more willing to trust the other person. Shenmu King and Hengmu Lord also followed with others. Qi Juxiao ignored it. His task was to stop the fight. The cabin door of the spaceship opened. Swish! Several figures walked out of the hatch neatly, and then stood in 2 groups, waiting for the appearance of Bobby D. No one else can do it at this level. Seeing these people, the elders of the Gumu sect could no longer stand. All are acquaintances, and when they felt the breath on their bodies, their faces solidified. At this time, Jian Wushuang and the others also found the strangeness. Could it be that the secret method has been created? He couldn't believe it. If it is really created, then all the robberies will become the dogs of Bobby D. At the same time, he also thought of Weiss, and what the old monk said, the road to becoming a god. It does not seem to be walking alone. There is also Bobby D. Jia. Before the person came out, he let out a strange laugh. Following this, a small, thin, and big head walked out of the cabin. However, under his feet, there was a floating frisbee. Needless to say, this person is Bobby D. There was still a golden light shining on her body. It looks like a mask of supernatural power. Walking out with Bobby D is the familiar Dylan. However, the current Dylan, the divine aura, is not weak, the sole heavenly emperor. It has become the test product of Bobby D, and the first person on the road to resurrection. Be regarded as a forerunner. I think this guy is average. The old monk glanced at Emperor Bobby with disdain, but he was most afraid of Qi Juxiao. Jian Wushuang didn't hide it from them either, and he was about to tell the whole story about Bobby Emperor. The Lord of Eternal should be aware of it, and he was not surprised. Although King Shenmu knew a thing or two, it was also before Emperor Bobby did not recover Qi Juxiao. At first, I thought that the disappearance of the Eternal Kingdom was just a small matter. Unexpectedly, such a character appeared. Resurrection. King Shenmu was stunned at once. Someone can do this kind of thing. Isn't it a god? Jian Wushuang actually regretted it when he finished speaking. He was really afraid that the Shenmu King would rekindle the road of cultivation in order to resurrect and join forces with Emperor Bobby to deal with them. But he still underestimated King Shenmu. Shenmu Wang thought He thought about this kind of thing. It's just that he doesn't have a Bobby D pattern. To resurrect, I just think that I can resurrect and become a god. Everyone, it's better not to tell me about this matter. Otherwise we will be the enemy of all Sanjia. Jian Wushuang reminded everyone in a low voice. The old monk said in surprise, "It's not so exaggerated. Resurrection is not that easy. Only after becoming can it be done. The breath of that Bobby Emperor is very ordinary, and it should not be a god. It's not now, doesn't mean it won't be in the future." The Lord of Hengmu said at this time, "The road that Emperor Bobby has to take is actually very simple. He is walking on the road of a half-god. He wants the demon to become a half by faith. We'll think of the way to resurrection." Jian Wushuang nodded secretly and heard something he hadn't heard before. There is even a demigod who said that. But think about it. Bobby D has no vitality. It has nothing to do with the of life. The of life, mastering life, can naturally resurrect. Now there is no of life in Beishikam, so the road to the robbery is broken. That way, the road is complete. King Shenmu is also weighing himself. If the resurrection is related to the of life, isn't it the best plan for him to turn his head to take refuge in Dan Bao now? Fight for yourself. Hope is slim. Now there is another common enemy. Qi Jiuxiao alone can beat all of them. How to fight for this? It's better to follow the old monk and wait for Dan Bao to become a god, and he will be able to rekindle the path of cultivation. Just abandoning his plan, he can only practice slowly. The Lord of Hengmu is originally a special being, not the Lord of the universe. Naturally, there is no need for rebirth. He followed purely tossing about, but he was reluctant to take his own treasure. My heart was also shaken, but if he took refuge in Bobby, he would have no way out. Bobidi wouldn't help him, and he doesn't have enough chips. For a time, everyone had their own ghosts. Only Jian Wushuang was very passive. He didn't know what he was doing here. If these people need his life force, go to Open Wanlu. He is willing to cooperate. Then give each of them a large amount of life force. Just hope that they can leave safely. But this idea is too naive. Bobby D was embraced by the crowd for the first time and came to the crowd just like watching a clown staring at the crowd and saying, "I will give you two paths now, one to cooperate and the other to die." This sentence is very familiar. It is similar to what Shenmu Wang said at the beginning. It's just a bit more domineering. "How old are you?" The old monk's temper burst, and he couldn't listen to it, so he directly retorted. Emperor Bobby frowned, and Qi Jiuxiao next to him rushed over immediately. The old monk's aura suddenly exploded, surpassing tens of millions of divine powers, and resisted Qi Jiuxiao. But after only holding on for a while, Qi Jiuxiao fisted and flew out. King Shenmu quickly stepped forward to help. "You can't watch it now. You can't be broken one by one. King Hengmu is the most chicken thief. Let his right eye be blank to help King Shenmu and the old monk. With Zui Yehue with him, he wanted to sneak attack on Emperor Bobby. At the same time, he called Bru. Bulu gave Jian Wushuang a look and motioned to protect Dan Bao. Incarnate directly in the form of a true dragon, exploding with more than 2 million divine powers to attack Bobby D. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. He has been paying attention to the divine shield of Bobby Emperor. It must be extraordinary to be able to stand in front of them like this. It is not so easy to attack Bobby D. Just the Soul Heaven Emperor and Dylan, the 2 8 Tribulations realm combat power, is a difficult point. Emperor Bobby did not panic when he saw the Lord of Hengmu rushing with people and said calmly, "You get out of the way and let him fight." Hengmu and Bulu have similar powers. They all look like more than 2 million. The shield against Bobby D is similar to Gua Sha, Zwa Yahweh. The top divine power of the Eight Tribulations realm did not respond to his fierce attack on the shield. Chapter 59:01. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang also had an expectation in his heart. It seems that I have to go on a horse this time. He flipped his palm, took out a token, and shouted, "Qi Jiu Xiao, you know this thing?" This token was given to him by Frosa. It's useful as long as you encounter the giant gods. I don't know if Qi Jiu Xiao, who is under control, will recognize it. The moment he took out the token, Qi Jiu Xiao was taken aback for a moment, and then stopped attacking. Shenmu King and the old monk did not dare to take the opportunity to sneak attack. It is true that neither of them can shake Qi Jiu Xiao. Following his gaze, he looked at Jian Wushuang. Wu. The moment Qi Jiu Xiao saw the token, his eyes burst, and then he wailed painfully while holding his head. There was a trace of consciousness tearing him apart. The originally calm Bobby Emperor saw this place and suddenly panicked. His biggest trump card is Qi Jiu Xiao on the bright side. Qi Jiu Xiao had a problem, and he was finished. Qi Jiu Xiao. Emperor Bobby rushed towards Qi Jiu Xiao regardless, but the crazy Qi Jiu Xiao suddenly increased his aura, almost breaking through the Nine Tribulations realm. Both the Shenmu King and the old monk backed back again and again. Emperor Bobby, who rushed forward, was shaken away by Qi Jiu Xiao with a casual wave. Cracks appeared on the shields. Knowing that the situation is serious, Emperor Bobby hurriedly shouted at the soul of the emperor and the others, "Go and kill Jian Wushuang." The soul Tiandi and others naturally did not dare to hesitate and rushed over immediately, but he was stopped by Zuoyi alone. The soul Tiandi and the others retreated. "Trash!" Bobby Emperor yelled angrily. The Shenmu King and the old monk also turned around at this time and rushed towards the Emperor Bobby. They also knew that by killing Emperor Bobby, the threat of Qi Jiu Xiao was gone. And Jian Wushuang found a flash on the token, as if erasing a mark. Not good. He quickly put away the token, but it was still too late. Qi Jiu Xiao completely erased his identity of the giant race from the token. This is not because he is controlled by the token, but there is the cause and effect of the giants above. He wants to remove the cause and effect. Now the cause and effect is lifted, will not be restricted. Emperor Bobby's order also completely entered Qi Jiuxiao's consciousness. Kill everyone. The sky burst instantly. Qi Jiu Xiao directly dragged Shenmu King and the old monk back with one hand. Jian Wushuang swallowed and secretly said, "You won't be killed." He felt he was going to die now. There is absolutely no whole cards to use. Escape and can't escape. Weiss. The last straw. On the Tianqing mountain of the origin universe, Jian Wushuang's incarnation descended. Before he could speak, Weiss spoke his thoughts. "I won't help anyone." The decisive refusal made Jian Wushuang completely desperate. There is no room for negotiation. Weiss saw Jian Wushuang, whose face turned into pig liver, and said, "However, I can give you an idea who is the candidate for the life next to you. He is your life-saving straw." "What do you say?" Jian Wushuang hurriedly approached. "It's very simple. You tell that Bobby D. As long as you help Dan Bao become the of life, you can create a perfect path to resurrection. This is a normal thing in other time and space." Weiss said indifferently, but Jian Wushuang was stumped. Valley, he didn't believe this when he said it. How could Bobby D believe it and still have to protect Dan Bao? "Why don't you try it yourself?" "No, this old fox will definitely not believe what I said." Jian Wushuang shook his head helplessly. Weiss also kept silent and moved him out directly. Jian Wushuang was speechless. This is his universe. As a result, he was moved out like an outsider. But when he went out, Weiss' voice rang in his ears. "Before you die, I will move you out." This is a quick-acting, heart-saving pill. With this sentence, it is equivalent to saving one's life. The whole person relaxed in an instant. But Weiss added another sentence later. "My appearance fee is very expensive. To help you once, you need to drop a level." This sentence may not be believed by others, but Jian Wushuang is 100% sure this is not a joke. Just after relaxing, it withered in an instant. But from Weiss, one thing is known anyway. That is the sign of Danbao becoming a god. Perhaps the power of resurrection could be automatically unfolded. If this matter is told to Bobby D, then it will be over. Danbao became the of life, and he was able to embark on the road to resurrection. What about Bobby D? Then the clown will be Bobby D. He can only find a breakthrough from other directions. Qi Jiuxiao, who has no worries, is invincible. No matter how powerful the old monk and the Shinmu king were, they couldn't stand it. But Emperor Bobby was very excited. This was Qi Jiuxiao's first real shot. In the past, it was just a little joke. Can't get on the table. Now Qi Jiuxiao is getting stronger as it fights. Even if the Lord of the Eight Tribulations realm comes, it won't work. Throughout the ancient moon time and space, no one on Calm can stop his resurrection plan. Emperor Bobby, Lord Hongmu said at this time. Jian Wushuang froze for a moment, feeling that the other party was going to turn back, ready to retreat at any time. "Hongmu, don't worry." Emperor Bobby grinned. He couldn't forget the incident that had just been attacked by Hongmu. "Ha, am not in a hurry. Am afraid it's you who will be in a hurry." The Lord of Eternal did not show weakness, and there was madness in his eyes. "If you don't fight now, you will really be dead." The white of his right eye had been severely injured several times, and then Danbao was resuscitated and re-entered the battle. The same goes for Zhu Yehui. If this continues, they will die. Seeing that the Lord of Hongmu was so confident, Emperor Bobby was also interested and said sarcastically, "Oh, it seems that you still have a whole card. You might as well show it up." "I don't know how to live or die." The Lord of Hongmu looked cold, raised his left hand and drew it directly to his chest. This scene really made no one think of it. Jian Wushuang was also taken aback. "Hongmu, it's really unnecessary. It's a big deal, and die together. You don't have to commit suicide." So crazy. Jian Wushuang also felt the sadness of the rabbit and the fox. "I want to persuade you." But whoever came to think, the Lord of Hongmu escaped a broken ball in his chest. "Don't talk." The Lord of Hongmu was almost crying. He held the ball in one hand and covered the wound with the other, panting heavily, turning his head to Danbao, and said, "You kid, if you succeed in the future, if you are the god of life, you must remember the sacrifice I made for you today, and the position of the gods must be given to me, or I will bring this treasure to death." Divine envoy. Danbao didn't know what it was. Jian Wushuang didn't know this either. But being able to let Lord Hongmu do this kind of thing is obviously very special. Chapter 59:02. The old monk, who was struggling to resist Qi Jiuxiao. His eyes widened when he heard the envoy. He knows this best. The place of God. There is more than one person. Taoist protectors can also follow God and walk the path of God. But it is not a true God, but a demigod. To put it simply, it means that one person can ascend to heaven. If Danbao has become the of life, then the old monk, the protector, can become a demigod protector. Below the guardian, there are some positions. Be regarded as the messenger of God. However, the location is limited, equally precious. Little Lord, promise him. The old monk was not stingy at this time. Originally such a good thing. If there were no external threats, he would definitely not share it with these people. But now Bobby D has come out to disrupt the situation. It's different. After Dan Bao heard the old monk's words, he didn't know what to do. You can only take the oath of life first. Hearing that Dan Bao had made his life oath, Lord Hengmu was cruel and threw the treasure directly to Dan Bao. Swallow it. This treasure is your key to becoming a god. When the Lord of Hengmu said this, his heart was bleeding. This treasure was an opportunity for him to become the 9 tribulations realm. Now I can only give up. However, the position of the divine envoy is actually pretty good. Although it is under the fence, it is a position after all. Many masters of the 8 tribulations realm universe don't have the qualifications to want it. And Dan Bao's character, he was looking at it. Following such of life, the future is also very free. After Dan Bao took the treasure, he swallowed it directly without hesitation. The crippled orb circulated crazily in Dan Bao's body. Dan Bao's natural power of all things instantly became the innate life force. This powerful life force is purer than Jian Wushuang's. Dan Bao's figure also grew a lot taller in an instant, and there was a wave of vigor at the center of his eyebrows. Turning his head to look at the seriously injured old monk and King Shenmu, he flipped his hand and took out a deadwood scepter pointed towards the sky, and said loudly, "Shenghui Nebula." The world changes. Everyone felt a touch of warmth in themselves, except for those of Bobby Dis men. Together with the elders of the Gumu sect, they all found a powerful life force in their body. This force can not only restore his vitality, but also allow them to increase their combat power in a short time. The same goes for the Shenmu King and the old monk. The divine power had already regressed after being seriously injured, but under this nebula, divine power instantly boiled. The combat power has also been upgraded to a notch. For a time, he was able to share the same color with Qi Jiuxiao. "Is this the god of life?" Shenmu Wang exclaimed. At the same time, the treasure in his body also began to resonate, reminiscent of what the Lord Hengmu did just now. He understood in an instant. This treasure, in other words, this is a true treasure, is the key to becoming a god. He already knew this, but now he understands that what doesn't belong to him does not belong to him. With a ruthless heart, he chose the old path of Lord Hengmu. The treasure that he grabbed directly from Hengmu was forcibly pulled out of his divine body. "Brother Dan Bao, it's up to you this time." Shenmu Wang was more assured of Dan Bao's character, and directly said that the treasure was thrown to Dan Bao without any conditions, the place of the gods. In fact, for him, the improvement is limited. But resurrection, he has great interest. Cooperating with Bobby D is to be a dog. But if you invest in Dan Bao, that's different. Not only will they get married, but they can also be treated equally. They still distinguish between good and bad. Valley following Dan Bao, at least the dignity of the past can be retained. The strong, this is the most important thing. Although King Shenmu lost his treasure, his combat power did not decrease in any way. Treasures are used to cultivate divine power. The divine power promotes the basic divine power. Treasures are only a way to improve after all. Dan Bao took the treasure thrown by Shenmu King. Both hands couldn't help shaking. Jian Wushuang looked a little eagerly from the side. A beam of purest green light rose into the sky. At this moment, Dan Bao illuminates the whole world, the source of life. Jian Wushuang stared at the source of Dan Bao's body. Originally, Dan Bao had no origin, but at this moment, it is the core of the origin. The treasure that the Lord of Eternal Wood has high hopes is truly complete in Dan Bao. Qi Jiuxiao, don't worry about those 2 wastes. Kill this kid first. Emperor Bobby found something wrong. He came from the stars and knew more about God. The Buddha's light on the old monk's body was so great, his hands stretched out to directly block Chi Jiuxio's path. It's shameful to be a mortal body like a demigod, but to be a dog like a monkey. The old monk sneered and wanted to provoke Chi Jiuxiao and leave him behind. But Chi Jiuxiao took this set, punching the sky, directly smashing the old monk who once again raised his supernatural power. King Shenmu wanted to step forward, but was also blasted out. They can resist Chi Jiuxiao, but it is almost impossible to stop Chi Jiuxiao. Seeing that Chi Jiuxiao was about to rush towards Danbao, Bru couldn't stand anymore, and the real dragon incarnate was about to slay out. But Jian Wushuang stopped him. "You stay or go." His eyes were determined, didn't know what it was for at this moment. "But just stand up." Maybe it's because of the words of the great elder back then. There are also those that the old monk said. God's path is not single, but very specific. What you say and what you do, the unity of knowing and doing. Song. Jian Wushuang took a step forward, drew out the sword of 10,000 tribulations, and faced the terrifying Chi Jiuxiao without a trace of fear. At this moment, the increase in his body reached its peak. The origin universe is here in an instant. The super-eternal change has also reached its peak. Divine power is as high as 2,100,000 black holes in the origin universe are operating at the same time, raising his origin to its peak. Life, die. The two horrible sword intents reached the peak and gathered in the body of the sword of 10,000 tribulations. The sword of 10,000 tribulations, from an unpredictable angle, condensed two powerful sword intents together. The instant change triggered an irreversible force. That power is spinning. No one was convinced of each other. Both want to swallow the other party, but no one can kill anyone. This vortex instantly condensed to the tip of the sword. Jian Wuming is even more hideous. He still can't fully grasp this power, even now. This is the true power of reincarnation. Starry Sky Catalog, the third sword. Reincarnation. This one is not a fierce killing of Kendo. It was a terrible destruction. Reincarnation is building. Destruction is rising. The sword of myriad tribulations slashed, and what was emitted was a huge whirlpool, immediately moved all the surrounding areas to the flat ground. This force directly reached the 8 tribulations realm. The rushing Chi Jiuxiao stretched out his hand to block, but was unable to interfere with this vortex. Chapter 59:03. The figure sank directly into it. What is this? The Shenmu king, who rushed over, was shocked. The power of life is already very precious, but another force turned out to be death. Life is precious. What about death? If life is a catastrophe, the vitality is the pinnacle of all things, then death is the end of everything. The collision between the start point and the end point. Condensed strength. It's not simple reciprocity. The power reversed by both sides is enough to deter all 8 tribulations realm. Shenmu King's eyes flashed, looking at Jian Wushuang. Apart from amazement, in the bottom of my heart, I was surprised. There is a fluke. Fortunately, he and Jian Wushuang are now in a cooperative relationship. Otherwise, this trick would fall on his head. The old monk was different from the Shenmu King. When he saw this power, the first thing he thought of was reincarnation. Because I know the of life better, I thought of a position that was one level higher than the of life. Reincarnation. If Jian Wushuang had mastered reincarnation, it would be exactly the same as Weiss said. God is not single. Jian Wushuang still has hope. This is the best proof. One sword reincarnation. From letting you live to letting you die. All under this sword. Chi Jiuxiao at the center of the vortex was completely trapped. Life and death both turned into sword shadows, constantly revolving around Qi Jiuxiao, frantically. No matter how Qi Jiuxiao destroys the attack, he can't break it open. After seeing this, Emperor Bobby was completely stunned. Not because Qi Jiuxiao was trapped, but he was surprised that Jian Wushuang had developed the power of reincarnation before he mastered the power of death. In fact, this power of reincarnation is not pure, because Jian Wushuang's life force is too strong. Now, the death force condensed is the death force of the next day, and it is very weak. If you want to converge into the power of reincarnation, the power of the two must be unified. Simply put, it is the same power to fuse. If one party is strong, one party is weak. It will fail. If Jian Wushuang's power of death is as powerful as the power of life, the sword of reincarnation he used. Don't talk about Qi Jiuxiao. Even when God comes, you have to get down. But that is a long way. At least it cannot be resolved for now. Jian Wushuang, have you swallowed extinction? Bobby D. asked incredulously. In his opinion, only by swallowing death can reincarnation be condensed. Jian Wushuang at this time didn't even have the effort to breathe. How can I explain this to Bobby D? With this sword, he forcibly increased his power. Had it not been for the strength of the source, he would have died of exhaustion long ago. Fortunately, Dan Bao's Shenghui Nebula has been shining on him, so that he can persist until now. Dan Bao, how long do you need? He gritted his teeth and turned to look at Dan Bao. The other party is still gathering the source of life, but he was almost gone. This sword could not kill Qi Jiuxiao. He can only trap each other first. But Jian Wushuang, with limited abilities, had a hard time getting trapped. Then a factor, let him come. Dan Bao held the scepter, his expression indifferent, without a trace of fear. It seems that, at this moment, he really becomes the of life. Seeing the other party's calmness, Jian Wushuang naturally didn't want to hold on. However, it is possible to take the opportunity to truly condense the samsara sword. See how valiant is. He raised his breath to control the two sword shadows and forcibly merged together. Valley, the vortex, also disappeared at this moment. Qi Jiuxiao also rushed outrageously. But this time he will not face the whirlpool. It is a real sword of reincarnation. The destruction of reincarnation in the whirlpool is just some debris. This is the real sword of reincarnation. The huge sword shadow faced Qi Jiuxiao directly. The mighty power can kill the 8 tribulations realm. Shenmu King and the old monk felt a little bit of fear. But Qi Jiuxiao raised his hand to block, trying to shake off the sword of reincarnation. Just like this, it shattered his arm. Qi Jiuxiao was taken aback for a moment. This was the first time that he was injured. Then he got serious. He directly held the reincarnation sword with both hands. The divine power exploded, and he forcibly stopped the samsara sword. There was a loud shout, shaking for 9 days. Those 7 tribulation realm powerhouses who were still on the way were suppressed. They looked sideways at Wanlu divine realm. The countless strong men in the 9 heavens and 10 earth also heard this roar. In the dark, several 8 tribulations realm came out, feeling the vibration from the ancient wood continent. I have already transmitted the voice message to King Shenmu, and the other party has never responded. It seems that something happened to Wanlu. Thanks, Tusk. Wanlu has a lot of involvement. The old man has to go and have a look, this time in retreat for such a long time, just to go out for a stroll. King Yishao, do you go there in person? The most in 9 days. Daytime, the base camp of the ancient moon gods. After feeling the shock from the ancient wood continent, the contemporary pope also walked out of the retreat. The pope of this generation is a woman. The face is not stunning. His face does not have the majesty of an emperor, but there is an unusual temperament. She slowly walked towards the top of Guyue Shinshan and looked at Gumu continent with her head up with a trace of melancholy in her eyes. What you see, not Wanlu. It is a terrifying existence, which is slowly growing. Who is it that is shrouded in Gumu continent? Pope Guyu shook his head and sighed. Even she couldn't see through. She is the real master of the 8 tribulations realm universe. It is almost the invincible existence of Guyu time and space. Even she can't see through it. If an outsider knows it, it will definitely cause panic. The vibration in the 9 days has printed many old guys. Among the 10 places, the same is true. Ancient moon ruins. Hui Qing in the core land also felt that terrifying aura rising, and she felt uneasy in her heart. Hey, Brother Wu Shuang, I really shouldn't have been here. Hui Qing shook his head, playing with Buddhist beads in his hands. It can be seen that he is still not in the robbery realm, still an emperor. Not only did it not grow, but it was also a lot weaker. The whole person is a little haggard. Guyu time and space ranked another among the top 3 horror relics. Wuhua's secret realm. One person here also noticed the matter of Gumu continent. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of Gumu continent, and there was also a trace of anxiety in his heart. Behind him, there was a man with a yellow robe and a high crown. While drinking heavily, he asked vaguely, "Old man of the world, after I retreat this time, is there anything new in the outside world, for example, which one of me is unparalleled? Brother, how is he? King of the world, if you let the Guyu time-space expert from the outside world know, I'm afraid you will be shocked. Which man with a yellow robe and high crown is actually called the Old Man of the World King. Hey, your little brother, it's not easy right now, and there has been a terrifying existence in Gumu continent. This terrifying existence is growing divinely, and it will be a threat to the entire Guyu time and space in the future. You kids should hurry up. Cultivate. We have to leave Guyu time and space after we finish our cultivation.